Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is The Man in the Brown Suit. Hook, the Call to Adventure. Welcome, dear listeners, to a journey into the captivating world of The Man in the Brown Suit. As we embark upon this adventure together, our very first destination, our crucial starting point, is the formidable Hook, the Call to Adventure. This isn't just a chapter title, it's a profound invitation, a pivotal moment designed to grab your imagination and plunge you headfirst into a swirling vortex of intrigue, suspense, and unsolved puzzles. Our primary mission today is to deeply explore the art and science of grabbing the listener's attention with the thrill of an unsolved mystery. Think for a moment about the inherent human fascination with the unknown. What is it that compels us to pause, to lean closer, when a whisper of something strange, something unexplained, reaches our ears? It's a primal curiosity, a deep-seated desire for resolution, a cognitive itch that only the unraveling of a mystery can scratch. We are, at our core, problem solvers, pattern seekers. When presented with a discrepancy, a sudden break in the fabric of normalcy, our brains instantly engage, eager to fill in the gaps, to connect the seemingly disparate dots, to make sense of the chaos. An unsolved mystery isn't merely a plot device, it's a psychological trigger, an irresistible lure that promises intellectual stimulation and emotional engagement. In the realm of storytelling, especially within the genre of mystery and adventure, this initial hook is absolutely paramount. It's the handshake that determines the future of the relationship between the narrator and the audience. A weak handshake, and the listener might drift away, their attention captured by 1,000 other distractions in our noisy world. But a firm, electrifying grip, one that immediately hints at something extraordinary lurking beneath the mundane, that's what we strive for. It's about creating an immediate sense of wonder, a palpable tension, and an urgent question in the listener's mind: what just happened? And what happens next? This core concept thrives on anticipation. It exploits our fear of the unknown but simultaneously promises the exhilarating reward of discovery. It positions the listener not merely as a passive recipient of information, but as an active participant, an armchair detective whose own mind begins to whir, trying to deduce, to hypothesize, to solve the puzzle alongside the characters. It taps into our universal longing for excitement, for a departure from the predictable rhythms of daily life. The thrill isn't just in the eventual revelation, but in the journey of not knowing, in the delicious discomfort of uncertainty, in the mental gymnastics required to navigate the labyrinth of clues and red herrings. This is the very essence of what Agatha Christie, a master of the genre, so brilliantly achieved. She didn't just present a mystery, she invited you into the heart of it, making you feel the same confusion, the same dawning suspicion, the same thrilling impulse to uncover the truth as her protagonists. Now, let's dissect precisely how we can forge such an irresistible hook, starting with our first key point: deliver opening lines with high energy and suspense. Imagine you're at a crowded train station. The usual hustle and bustle, the murmuring crowd, the rhythm of arrivals and departures. Then, suddenly, a sharp cry, a flash of movement, and a body slumps to the ground. The world, for an instant, stops. This sudden, jarring disruption of the ordinary is the very definition of high energy and suspense in an opening. It's not about shouting, it's about impact, about a sudden shift in the narrative's emotional and intellectual velocity. High energy means an immediate engagement of the senses and the intellect, an immediate feeling that something significant, something out of the ordinary, is unfolding right now. Suspense, on the other hand, is the art of holding back, of hinting at danger or revelation without fully disclosing it, making the listener lean in, their breath perhaps unconsciously held, eager to know more. A real-world storytelling. It's at this juncture, or even before it, that we can turn to our audience and ask, what would you do? This isn't a question demanding a spoken answer, of course, but one designed to provoke internal reflection, to make the listener mentally step into the shoes of the character. It's a direct invitation to consider the moral, ethical, and personal implications of the adventure. A powerful real-world storytelling example of this idea can be found in countless heroes' journeys. Think of Frodo Baggins in The Lord of the Rings. After Gandalf reveals the true nature of the ring and the perilous quest ahead, Frodo is faced with an immense burden. He could refuse, he could try to send it away, but he makes the choice to carry it, to step into the darkness. While the narrative doesn't explicitly ask the audience, would you carry the ring, the entire weight of the scene implicitly poses that question. We are made to feel the immense pressure, the fear, and the reluctant courage that compels him forward. More subtly, in a mystery novel like The Man in the Brown Suit, our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, witnesses a sudden death and sees a man fleeing the scene. She could simply report it to the police and go about her life. But she doesn't. She picks up a cryptic note, and an inexplicable impulse compels her to follow a lead, to delve deeper into a world that is clearly dangerous. The rhetorical question here isn't just about physical risk, but about the risk of stepping outside one's comfort zone, of challenging the established order, of trusting one's own intuition against all common sense. Would you, a person of ordinary means and an ordinary life, choose to abandon the mundane in pursuit of a shadowy truth, knowing it could lead to danger? Psychologically, posing a rhetorical question about taking risks is incredibly effective because it leverages several cognitive processes. Firstly, it fosters empathy and identification. By inviting the listener to consider what they would do in a similar situation, it encourages them to internalize the character's dilemma, making the character's choices feel more personal and relatable. This creates a stronger bond between the audience and the protagonist. Secondly, it activates decision-making circuits in the brain. Even though there's no need to voice an answer, the brain still runs a quick simulation, weighing potential outcomes, assessing personal values, and tapping into past experiences. This active cognitive engagement prevents passive listening. It transforms the listener into a co-conspirator or an advisor to the character. Thirdly, it taps into universal human themes of courage, fear, ambition, and consequence. We all, at some point, face choices that involve risk, whether it's a career change, a personal relationship, or a daring venture. By connecting the fictional narrative to these fundamental human experiences, the story becomes more resonant and deeply meaningful. It also subtly introduces the core theme of adventure itself, the willingness to embrace the unknown, to face down fear, and to commit to a path less traveled. For the practical application steps in posing such a question, consider these points. First, ensure the question flows naturally from the narrative. It shouldn't feel forced or like a direct address from a lecturer. Instead, it should arise organically from the protagonist's situation or a crucial plot point. For instance, after Anne finds the note, the narrator might muse, "For many, that crumpled slip of paper would have been nothing more than litter, dismissed as an oddity. But for Anne, it was a whisper of a secret. Would you have listened?" This subtly invites the listener to consider their own impulse. Second, frame the question in a way that emphasizes the dilemma and the potential stakes. It's not just would you do it, but would you dare to step into the darkness, knowing what you might lose, but also what you might gain. Highlight the conflict inherent in the choice. Third, vary the phrasing to avoid sounding repetitive. Instead of always. Introduction, narrator POV. Welcome, dear listener, to the captivating world of Agatha Christie, a realm where every shadow holds a secret and every seemingly mundane detail might be the key to an intricate puzzle. As we embark on this audio journey through The Man in the Brown Suit, we're not merely about to hear a story, we're about to immerse ourselves in an experience, a finely tuned orchestral performance of suspense and intrigue that spans an impressive 287 minutes. This introduction serves as our compass, guiding us through the narrative landscape and setting the perfect pacing for the adventure ahead. Think of an audiobook as a meticulously crafted journey, much like a grand train voyage. The initial moments, These crucial opening minutes are where the conductor sets the rhythm, where the landscape begins to unfurl, and where we, the passengers, settle into our seats, anticipating the unfolding panorama. For a mystery of Christie's caliber, this pacing isn't just about how quickly the words are spoken, it's about the deliberate unveiling of clues, the subtle shifts in atmosphere, and the carefully measured introduction of characters who will become either allies or adversaries. It's about building a sense of anticipation that keeps you tethered to every word, every nuance. How does one achieve this delicate balance, you might ask? It's an art form, really, a masterful control over narrative flow that ensures we absorb the necessary information without feeling rushed, yet always feel the gentle pull of the unfolding enigma. We are invited to lean in, to listen intently, to become active participants in the unraveling of the mystery, rather than passive observers. This extended listening time, just shy of 5 hours, allows for a truly immersive experience, giving each character, each setting, and each twist its due weight. It's a luxury that written text sometimes struggles to convey, as the reader can speed up or slow down at will. Here, with a professional narrator guiding you, the pacing is carefully managed, designed to mirror the psychological tension and the investigative process. We'll experience the slow burn of dawning suspicion, the sudden jolt of a shocking discovery, and the methodical reconstruction of events, all orchestrated to maximize your engagement. Do you ever wonder how some stories just feel right in their telling, how they pull you along without you even realizing it? That's the power of expert pacing. It's the hidden engine of storytelling, working beneath the surface to create an almost hypnotic effect, ensuring that the 287 minutes fly by, leaving you both satisfied and perhaps a little breathless. Now, let us delve deeper into the captivating elements that shape our journey, beginning with the vibrant heart of our story, the unforgettable protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld. Imagine a young woman, bright-eyed and brimming with an unyielding spirit, navigating a world that often sought to confine women to prescribed roles. Anne is precisely that, brave, undeniably unconventional, and possesses an almost reckless curiosity that drives the entire plot forward. She's not a trained detective, nor does she possess the sophisticated deductive reasoning of a Hercule Poirot or the keen observational skills of a Miss Marple. Instead, Anne is an ordinary young woman thrust into extraordinary circumstances, armed only with her sharp wits, an indomitable will, and a profound sense of adventure that her quiet, rural upbringing in the fictional village of Little Hampsbury certainly did not prepare her for. What makes Anne so compelling, so different from many of her literary contemporaries, is her proactive nature. She doesn't wait for the mystery to come to her, she actively pursues it, propelled by a tantalizing glimpse of a tragedy and a misplaced piece of paper. This isn't merely about solving a crime, it's about a young woman seeking meaning and excitement beyond the staid conventions of her time. She represents a burgeoning sense of independence, a yearning for self-determination that was slowly, yet powerfully, emerging in the post-World War I era. her resourcefulness, her willingness to travel to unfamiliar lands, and her courage in confronting dangerous individuals all mark her as a truly modern heroine for the 1920s. To illustrate this unique character, let's consider a real-world storytelling parallel. Think of characters like Nancy Drew, albeit a slightly older and more independent version. Nancy Drew, too, was a young woman who, despite societal expectations, actively sought out mysteries, often placing herself in perilous situations. What drew generations of readers to Nancy was her intelligence, her bravery, and her unwavering determination to uncover the truth, often without relying on male figures for protection or solutions. Anne Bedingfeld shares this spirit, but with a more raw, less polished edge. She stumbles into danger, makes mistakes, and learns on the fly, making her even more relatable and human. She's not a paragon of perfection, she's a woman making her own way, driven by a thrill that she perhaps hadn't realized she craved. From a psychological perspective, why do such brave and unconventional protagonists matter so deeply to us, the audience? Why do we gravitate towards characters who defy expectations and boldly carve their own path? Firstly, there's the powerful element of vicarious living. Most of us led relatively ordinary lives, and the opportunity to experience high-stakes adventure and daring acts through a character like Anne provides a thrilling, safe outlet for our own latent desires for excitement and agency. We project our own aspirations for courage and independence onto her, experiencing her triumphs in the city's geography, its social dynamics, and its technological advancements or limitations are all integral to Holmes's investigations. Similarly, Christie's 1920s London in The Man in the Brown Suit acts as a silent witness, its specific characteristics influencing character actions, limiting escape routes, and providing the very tapestry upon which the mystery is embroidered. Think of how specific landmarks or types of establishments, a gentleman's club, a bustling theater, a quiet suburban villa, immediately evoke certain expectations and stereotypes of the era, which Christie then subtly plays with or subverts. From a psychological standpoint, why does an immersive historical setting like 1920s London matter so much to us as listeners? Primarily, it provides a powerful sense of escapism. Stepping into a bygone era allows us to detach from our contemporary concerns and immerse ourselves in a world that feels both familiar in its human elements and exotic in its details. This psychological detachment can be incredibly restorative and stimulating for the imagination. Furthermore, historical settings offer a fascinating window into different social mores and technological landscapes. They challenge our assumptions and encourage us to consider how life was lived under different constraints and opportunities. We gain a deeper understanding of human nature by observing how people reacted to circumstances that no longer exist, fostering a sense of empathy and historical perspective. The specific details of the 1920s, the nascent spy networks, the burgeoning international travel, the communication methods, all contribute to the plausibility and unique challenges of the mystery, anchoring the more sensational elements in a believable, if slightly romanticized, reality. The setting also contributes significantly to the mood and tone of the story. A foggy London evening immediately evokes a sense of mystery and potential danger, while a bright, bustling street suggests a different kind of energy, perhaps one of opportunity or casual observation. These sensory details, painted through the narrator's voice, prime our brains to anticipate certain types of events and emotions, making the narrative impact all the more profound. For you, the attentive listener, there are practical application steps to fully appreciate the atmospheric 1920s London. Firstly, visualize the scenes as they unfold. Close your eyes and imagine the specific details the narrator describes: the fashion, the vehicles, the sounds of the city. How does the architecture appear? What kind of lighting would illuminate the streets? Secondly, listen for subtle clues about the era's social dynamics and how they influence the characters' behaviors and opportunities. Are there unspoken rules of etiquette that affect interactions? How do class distinctions play a role in who has access to what information or places? Thirdly, consider how the technology of the time or the lack thereof impacts the progression of the investigation. The absence of instant communication or sophisticated forensics means different investigative methods are employed, leading to a unique kind of procedural challenge. By consciously engaging with these elements, you transform from a passive recipient of information into an active explorer of a historical world, enriching your understanding of both the story and the era itself. You might even find yourself drawing comparisons between the challenges of the past and the complexities of our present, seeing echoes of human behavior across the decades. In summary, as we prepare to fully plunge into The Man in the Brown Suit, remember that this journey is meticulously designed. We've established the importance of its 287-minute pacing, ensuring an immersive and captivating experience. We've introduced you to Anne Bedingfeld, our brave and unconventional protagonist, whose independent spirit and insatiable curiosity will drive the narrative, reminding us of the enduring appeal of those who dare to forge their own path. Chapter 1, The Orphan's Plight. Welcome, dear listeners, to a journey into the heart of early 20th century mystery, a world where seemingly innocuous events spiral into grand adventures. Today, we embark on the very first chapter of Agatha Christie's classic tale, The Man in the Brown Suit. Our focus, in this initial installment, is on a pivotal moment, a turning point that shapes our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, irrevocably. We're delving into Chapter 1, The Orphan's Plight, and at its core lies the dramatic, life-altering shift and experiences following the sudden death of her beloved father. Imagine, if you will, a young woman living a relatively sheltered, though perhaps intellectually stimulating, existence. Anne Bedingfeld, prior to this chapter, dwelled in a world largely defined by her erudite, albeit somewhat eccentric, father, Professor Bedingfeld. Their home, likely a haven of books and academic pursuits, offered a certain quiet comfort, a predictable rhythm. But life, as it so often does, has a way of shattering such tranquil illusions. The death of her father isn't merely a personal tragedy, it's the catalyst that propels Anne from the familiar confines of her scholarly life into a world utterly unknown, brimming with unforeseen challenges and, as we shall soon discover, thrilling opportunities. This profound loss doesn't just change her circumstances, it fundamentally reshapes her identity and awakens desires she may not have fully acknowledged before. Let's first explore the delicate art of expressing Anne's grief, a grief that Christie paints with such subtle, yet profound, emotional strokes. When Anne's father passes away, it isn't portrayed with histrionic displays of anguish. There are no dramatic wails or tearing of hair, no public outpourings of sorrow. Instead, Christie, with her characteristic psychological insight, allows us to witness a different, often more resonant, form of grief, the quiet, pervasive ache of absence. It's the kind of sorrow that settles deep within the bones, manifesting not in explosive emotion, but in a dull, persistent emptiness. Consider a real-world storytelling example to truly grasp this nuance. Picture a scene where a character has lost a beloved pet. Instead of collapsing in tears, imagine them meticulously, almost ritualistically, continuing to place a fresh bowl of food and water in the usual spot each morning for days, even weeks, after their companion is gone. Or perhaps they find themselves avoiding their favorite park, the place where they once shared so much joy, not because they're actively trying to escape memory, but because the sheer quietude of the place without their pet is too heavy to bear. The grief isn't loud, it's a silent continuation of habit, a lingering expectation, a palpable void where presence once resided. The character might not speak of their pain, but their actions, their altered routines, their vacant gaze as they stare out of a window that once framed playful moments, tell a far more poignant story than any spoken word ever could. Psychologically, why does this subtle expression of grief matter so profoundly, both in literature and in our understanding of human emotion? Firstly, it mirrors a very real and common human experience. Not everyone grieves outwardly. Some individuals, particularly those who are naturally more introverted, or those in shock, process profound loss internally. Their sorrow might manifest as a loss of appetite, an inability to focus, a sudden quietness, or a feeling that the world has lost its vibrancy, appearing in shades of gray rather than full color. This internal processing doesn't diminish the depth of their pain, it merely changes its presentation. For a writer like Christie, portraying subtle grief allows for a deeper, more relatable characterization. It invites the reader to lean in, to observe, to empathize with the unspoken, creating a bond based on shared understanding of the quiet burdens we all carry. It reminds us that grief is a multifaceted emotion, without a singular, correct expression. It makes Anne feel more authentic, more like a person we might know, rather than a caricature of sorrow. It also sets up a potential for surprising resilience. Sometimes, those who grieve most quietly are the ones who find a hidden strength to carry on. Practically speaking, how can we, as listeners and observers of human nature, apply this understanding? When we encounter characters like N, or even people in our own lives, who are experiencing loss, it's crucial to look beyond the surface. Don't expect or demand a particular emotional response. Instead, cultivate an awareness for the subtle cues, a sudden stillness, a change in daily patterns, a flicker of something in the eyes. Recognize that silence can speak volumes, and that a lack of dramatic display does not equate to a lack of feeling. For aspiring storytellers, this means trusting your audience to read between the lines, to infer emotion from action and internal monologue rather than solely relying on overt descriptions of tears and anguish. It encourages a richer, more layered approach to character development, allowing the reader or listener to participate actively in deciphering the character's inner world. For anyone navigating their own grief or supporting others, it's a powerful reminder to honor all forms of sorrow, and to offer comfort not just in words, but in patient observation and understanding. Anne's quiet grief makes her profoundly human and immediately relatable, setting the stage for her journey not as a victim, but as a survivor about to uncover her true potential. Now, as Anne grapples with the crushing weight of her father's absence, another stark reality quickly dawns upon her: financial destitution. Her father, a scholar more concerned with intellectual pursuits than worldly affairs, has left her without means. This is a dramatic turn, indeed. From the quiet comfort of a life supported, however modestly, by her father's work, Anne is suddenly faced with the daunting prospect of self-sufficiency. But it is precisely this loss, this stripping away of her former life, that unexpectedly ignites and amplifies another, perhaps previously suppressed, aspect of her character, an underlying yearning for real-life adventure. This yearning isn't born in the moment of her father's death, rather, it's a latent spark fanned into a roaring flame by necessity and circumstance. Even before her father's passing, Anne likely possessed an imaginative mind, perhaps finding escape and excitement within the pages of books, dreaming of distant lands and thrilling escapades from the safe vantage point of her armchair. The world, through her window, might have seemed full of tantalizing possibilities, a contrast to her somewhat circumscribed existence. Now, with nothing left to lose and no familiar path ahead, this yearning transforms from a wistful daydream into a compelling imperative. It's no longer a passive fantasy, it becomes a deep, driving need to engage with life beyond the theoretical, to experience the extraordinary firsthand. Her intellectual curiosity, once satisfied by scholarly pursuits, now demands a real-world canvas. Let's consider a storytelling example that illustrates this yearning for adventure, especially when contrasting with mundane reality. Picture a young individual toiling away in a monotonous, entry-level job, perhaps filing papers in a dimly lit office, day in and day out. While their fingers are stained with ink, their mind is miles away, meticulously planning imaginary world tours, sketching out exotic landscapes, or even designing intricate blueprints for a fantastical invention. But instead of succumbing to despair, her inherent spirit, perhaps always restless beneath the surface of her academic life, rises to the challenge. The yearning for adventure, once a quiet companion to her reading, transforms into a guiding star. It's not a cynical embrace of danger, but a hopeful, almost desperate, reach for meaning and vitality in a world suddenly devoid of her most significant relationship. This transformation speaks to the resilience of the human spirit, the capacity to find new purpose even in the face of profound sorrow. It demonstrates how adversity, while painful, can also be a powerful forge for personal growth and self-discovery. Anne isn't just looking for a job, she's looking for a life, one that resonates with her deepest desires, one that her father, for all his love, perhaps couldn't entirely provide within the confines of their scholarly existence. In summary, Chapter 1, The Orphan's Plight, serves as far more than a mere introduction to Anne Bedingfeld. It's a meticulously crafted foundation for her entire journey. We witness her subtle, yet profound, grief over her father's death, a quiet sorrow that speaks volumes about her internal processing and reserved nature. This isn't a character prone to melodrama, but one whose emotions run deep, channeled into action rather than mere expression. Simultaneously, we are introduced to her powerful, underlying yearning for real-life adventure, a desire previously confined to the pages of books or the realm of imagination, now unleashed by the very circumstances of her loss. This dramatic turn of events, the unexpected orphanhood and financial precarity, acts as a powerful crucible, stripping away her old life and pushing her to actively seek the very experiences she once only dreamed of. Anne Bedingfeld stands on the precipice of a new existence, not fully understanding the forces that are now compelling her. Her grief, though present, does not paralyze her. Instead, it creates a vacancy that her adventurous spirit is eager to fill. This is a story not just about solving a mystery, but about a young woman finding her voice, her courage, and her place in a world far larger and more unpredictable than she ever imagined. As we leave this poignant chapter, Anne is poised to step out of the shadows of loss and into the dazzling, bewildering light of the unknown, ready, perhaps even eager, for whatever thrilling escapades await her. We are left with the compelling question: how will this seemingly ordinary orphan, driven by her quiet grief and burgeoning hunger for the extraordinary, navigate the complex and dangerous world she is about to encounter? And what will her first courageous step into this new life truly entail? The stage is set for a thrilling adventure, one born directly from the depths of personal loss and the soaring heights of aspiration. Chapter 2, Incident at Hyde Park Corner. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 2 of our journey into the thrilling world of Agatha Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. In this segment, titled Incident at Hyde Park Corner, we plunge headfirst into the very heart of the mystery, witnessing a pivotal event that forever alters the trajectory of our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, and indeed, sets the entire complex narrative in motion. We're about to explore the raw, unscripted drama of a fatal fall on the tracks and the perplexing appearance of a mysterious doctor, an encounter that plants the first crucial seed of intrigue in Anne's adventurous spirit. The core concept we're unraveling today is precisely this: the sudden, shocking death of a man at a London Underground station and the enigmatic figure who appears briefly on the scene, leaving behind a seemingly innocuous but ultimately transformative clue. Imagine yourself there, amidst the everyday hustle and bustle of Hyde Park Corner, the rhythmic rumble of trains, the indistinct chatter of commuters, and then, in a blink, everything changes. Anne Bedingfeld, initially just an observant bystander seeking a distraction from the mundane, is catapulted into a whirlwind of unanswered questions and burgeoning suspicion. It's a moment designed to jolt the reader, to create an immediate sense of urgency and mystery, and to establish the stakes for the adventure that is about to unfold. The scene unfolds rapidly, forcing Anne, and by extension, us, to process a series of startling observations that initially make little sense, yet collectively hint at something far more sinister than a mere accident. One of the most powerful elements of this incident is the way Agatha Christie masterfully builds rapid tension during the man's fall. Think about it: you're waiting on a platform, perhaps lost in your own thoughts, when suddenly, a collective gasp ripples through the crowd. What does that feel like? What would you see? The narrative thrusts us into that moment, where a man, seemingly out of nowhere, stumbles and falls onto the electrified tracks just as a train hurtles into the station. The speed at which this happens is critical. It denies anyone the chance to intervene, making the tragedy feel inevitable and deeply unsettling. The very air around Anne, which a moment before was filled with the mundane sounds of the city, now crackles with an almost palpable dread. The distant murmur of the approaching train morphs into a roaring beast, an unstoppable force closing in on a helpless figure. To truly grasp this, consider a real-world storytelling example from cinema. Picture a scene in a suspense film where a character is precariously perched on the edge of a collapsing skyscraper. The camera might zoom in on their desperate grip, the crumbling concrete, the vast, terrifying drop below. The sound design would amplify every creak and groan, every desperate breath. Time itself seems to slow, allowing the audience to absorb every agonizing microsecond of the unfolding disaster. The quick cuts between the character's face, the impending doom, and the horrified onlookers create a visceral, almost unbearable anticipation. The director isn't just showing you a fall, they're making you feel the imminent impact, the helplessness, the irreversible nature of what's about to occur. Psychologically, why does this rapid build-up of tension matter so profoundly? Because it taps into our most primal fears, the fear of sudden, unexpected death, the terror of helplessness in the face of overwhelming danger, the inherent human instinct to react, to aid, yet being paralyzed by the speed and finality of the event. Our brains are wired to detect threats and respond, and when we witness a situation where a threat materializes too quickly for any meaningful response, it creates a profound sense of shock and unease. We process the visual information: the man's flailing limbs, the dark chasm of the tracks, the blinding light of the train, and simultaneously grapple with the ethical dilemma of whether we could or should have done something. This man, impeccably dressed in a brown suit, with an air of professional detachment, steps forward to examine the deceased. He performs his duty swiftly, clinically, confirming the worst. But as he turns to leave, seemingly satisfied with his brief involvement, he inadvertently drops a small slip of paper. It's a detail that could easily be overlooked in the general disarray, yet Anne, with her sharp powers of observation, notices it. This seemingly minor action, the simple dropping of a piece of paper, is the pebble that starts an avalanche, the microscopic detail that unravels a much larger conspiracy. To illustrate this, think of a classic detective story where the seemingly insignificant object holds the entire solution. Imagine a scene where a famed detective like Hercule Poirot or Miss Marple, after a long and fruitless investigation, spots a peculiar type of button on the ground near a crime scene, or a specific brand of foreign cigarette stubbed out in an ashtray. These aren't just random objects, they are deliberate breadcrumbs left by the author, meticulously placed to be discovered by the keen observer. The detective's initial reaction might be one of mild curiosity, followed by a sudden flash of insight as the object's true significance dawns on them. It's the kind of discovery that shifts the entire paradigm of the investigation, providing the first concrete lead in a sea of speculation and misdirection. From a psychological standpoint, why is the dropped clue so compelling and important? Because it speaks to our innate human desire for order amidst chaos, our yearning for a tangible piece of evidence that can bring clarity to confusion. In a mystery, a clue acts as an intellectual puzzle piece, activating our problem-solving faculties and our inherent curiosity. It provides an anchor, a starting point for inquiry when everything else feels uncertain. For Anne, this tiny slip of paper is not just a random scrap, it's a direct challenge, an invitation to delve deeper. It transforms her from a mere witness into an accidental participant, an amateur sleuth driven by a thirst for truth. It also taps into our understanding of narrative economy. In a well-crafted story, nothing is truly accidental or wasted. Every detail, no matter how small, has the potential to carry immense weight and steer the plot in unforeseen directions. The practical application of this dropped clue for the listener is profound. This isn't just a clue, it is the inciting incident that launches Anne's grand adventure. The slip of paper contains 3 critical pieces of information. 7.15. Kilmorton. The vicarage. These aren't just words, they are an urgent time, a mysterious place, and a specific location within that place, all utterly disconnected from the tragic events at Hyde Park Corner, yet intrinsically linked by the man who dropped them. This fragment of information immediately raises a multitude of questions. What was supposed to happen at 7:15? Who is at Kilmorton Vicarage? Why would a doctor involved in a tube accident be carrying such an enigmatic note? This single piece of paper provides and with not just a lead, but a purpose, a direction for her burgeoning investigative instincts. It's the catalyst that forces her to step out of her comfortable, predictable existence and embark on a perilous journey into the unknown. Without this dropped clue, Anne would have simply been another witness to a tragedy. With it, she becomes the unlikely heroine of a thrilling mystery. It's the moment her world expands beyond the borders of her immediate experience. To summarize, dear listeners, Chapter 2, Incident at Hyde Park Corner, is far more than just a recounting of a tube station tragedy. It is a masterclass in establishing tension and planting crucial narrative seeds. We experience the jarring, rapid build-up of tension as a man fell to his untimely death, a moment designed to shock and engage us on a visceral level, transforming an ordinary London afternoon into an unforgettable scene of horror and confusion. This immediate, high. Chapter 3, The Mill House Investigation. Welcome back, dear listeners, to our continuing journey through the thrilling pages of Agatha Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. We left our intrepid heroine, Anne Bedingfeld, on the precipice of a momentous decision, her innate curiosity and a burgeoning sense of adventure pulling her deeper into a mystery that began with a man's untimely demise on a London Underground platform. Now, as we delve into Chapter 3, titled The Mill House Investigation, we find Anne taking a truly audacious step, one that will irrevocably alter the course of her life and plunge her into a world far more dangerous than she could possibly imagine. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heartbeat of its narrative, is Anne exploring an empty, dangerous house. This isn't merely a casual stroll through an abandoned property, this is a calculated, albeit risky, reconnaissance mission into a place imbued with recent tragedy and simmering secrets. Anne has traced the mysterious Dr. Rayburn, the individual she believes is connected to the man in the brown suit, to a secluded residence known as the Mill House. What compels a young woman, with no formal training in detective work, to venture alone into such a potentially perilous environment? It is her unshakable conviction, born from a desire to understand, to piece together the fragmented clues that have landed in her lap. Imagine, if you will, the sheer courage it must take to approach a remote house, knowing that within its walls lies the key to a murder investigation, and that the killer, or killers, might not be far away. As Anne approaches the Mill House, Christie expertly crafts an atmosphere of isolation and subtle menace. The house itself is described with a chilling sense of desolation, an old, possibly beautiful structure now abandoned, its windows like vacant eyes staring out over the landscape. The very air around it seems to hold its breath, hushed and expectant. For Anne, every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch in the wind, becomes a potential harbinger of danger. Her senses are heightened, her pulse quickens, yet her resolve remains firm. She is driven by that potent cocktail of fear and fascination, a combination that makes for truly compelling storytelling. The emptiness of the house is not merely a physical state, it's a psychological one, amplifying her solitude and the feeling of being utterly exposed. And yet, this emptiness also offers opportunity, a chance to find what others might have overlooked. Now, let's explore our first key point, the masterful use of hushed, suspenseful tones for the exploration itself. As Anne steps across the threshold, the silence within the house is almost oppressive, a silence that seems to absorb all sound, making her own footsteps echo with startling clarity. The floorboards groan beneath her weight, each protest a tiny gunshot in the profound stillness. Dust motes dance in the slivers of sunlight that pierce through grimy windows, illuminated witnesses to the passage of time and the recent, unsettling events. Anne moves with a deliberate caution, her gaze sweeping every corner, every shadow, searching for anomalies, for anything that might shed light on the mill house's dark secrets. Her breath catches in her throat when a sudden draft causes a door to creak open, or when an unseen object shifts, creating a disorienting noise. Think of a real-world storytelling example, perhaps from a classic film like Alfred Hitchcock's Rebecca, where the new Mrs. De Winter tentatively explores the grand, yet haunting, Manderley estate. The camera often lingers on empty corridors, on closed doors, on the way light plays through ancient windows, all designed to make the viewer feel the weight of history, the presence of absence, and the lingering specter of something unsettling. Or consider the opening scenes of countless detective novels, where the protagonist enters a crime scene, often a domestic space transformed into something alien by violence. The detective moves slowly, respectfully, but with an intensely analytical eye, picking up on details the average person would miss psychologically. Why does this matter so much to us as readers and listeners? Because suspense taps into our most primal instincts, the fight or flight response. When an author builds suspense, they are engaging our inherent human fear of the unknown, the thrill of vicarious danger from a safe distance. We put ourselves in Anne's shoes, feeling her apprehension, our own hearts racing with hers. This deliberate pacing, the withholding of immediate information, forces us to lean in, to speculate, to anticipate. It makes us active participants in the narrative, rather than passive observers. It's the literary equivalent of a slow-burning fuse, knowing that an explosion is coming, but not exactly when or how powerful it will be. This slow reveal allows our imaginations to run wild, often conjuring scenarios far more terrifying than anything explicitly described. It's the anticipation, more than the actual event, that grips us. Practically speaking, what can we take away from this as listeners? When you're engaging with a story, pay close attention to how the author uses sensory details and pacing to create atmosphere. Notice how the absence of sound, or the amplification of small sounds, can be more effective than loud noises in building tension. In your own observations of the world, consider how your surroundings affect your mood and your sense of security. A quiet, empty space can feel peaceful to one person, unsettling to another. Understanding these subtle cues, both in literature and in life, can deepen your appreciation for the craft of storytelling and enhance your own critical thinking about environments. It teaches us to look beyond the surface, to consider the unspoken narratives that spaces can hold. As Anne navigates the silent rooms of the Mill House, her investigation is meticulous. She observes the disarray, the hastily packed luggage, the signs of recent occupancy abruptly abandoned. Her detective work is instinctive, guided by a keen eye for detail honed by years of observing human nature and reading thrilling adventure stories. And then, she finds something. Something that will not only confirm her suspicions but also catapult her into an international conspiracy. This brings us to our second, and arguably most pivotal, key point, the shocking revelation of the connection to a high-stakes diamond robbery. Amidst the dusty silence, Anne makes a discovery that sends a jolt of terror and understanding through her. Perhaps she finds a concealed document, a newspaper clipping, or a specific object left behind. In the actual text, she finds the very man she had seen dead on the underground, alive and well, but in a very compromising situation related to a robbery. However, for our purposes here, let's focus on the discovery of the evidence that links the Mill House, and by extension, the man in the brown suit, to a grander criminal enterprise. This is the moment when the pieces click into place, when the seemingly isolated incident of a man collapsing on a tube platform transforms into a thread in a much larger, more dangerous tapestry. The discovery is not just that a crime has been committed, but that it's a high-stakes crime. As we conclude our deep dive into this pivotal chapter, we are left with Anne, standing amidst the dust and shadows of the Mill House, holding the weight of a monumental secret. What will she do next? How will she navigate this treacherous new reality? Will she retreat from the danger, or will her intrepid spirit propel her further into the pursuit of justice, or perhaps, simply, survival? The implications are vast, and the path ahead promises to be even more fraught with peril and intrigue. Our adventurous heroine has truly stepped through a looking glass, and the world on the other side is far more dangerous, and far more exciting, than she could have ever imagined. Join us again, dear listeners, as we move into the next chapter, where Anne must grapple with her newfound knowledge and decide her next, crucial move in a game played for the highest of stakes. The chase for the truth, and the diamonds, has only just begun. Chapter 4, The Clue in the Coat. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate web of mystery that engulfs our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, in Agatha Christie's captivating tale, The Man in the Brown Suit. In our previous chapter, we left Anne in a state of profound confusion and burgeoning curiosity, having stumbled upon a most peculiar artifact, a scrap of paper found tucked within the coat of the ill-fated man at Hyde Park Corner Tube Station. This wasn't merely a shopping list or a mundane note, it was a cryptic message, a series of numbers and a single, evocative place name, destined to propel Anne far beyond the comfortable confines of her quiet London life. Today, we embark upon a crucial phase of Anne's burgeoning detective career, a deep dive into the very heart of the enigma, deciphering the cryptic numbers on that dropped piece of paper. Imagine the scene: Anne, alone in her modest room, the rain perhaps pattering softly against her window, the world outside oblivious to the momentous puzzle she cradled in her hand. This isn't just a simple investigation for her, it's a call to adventure, an irresistible lure for a mind already primed by years of devouring detective novels and yearning for a thrill. The scrap of paper itself was deceptively simple, yet pregnant with unspoken meaning. What she saw were these stark, enigmatic markings: 171 to 23, Mauritius, 23. A sequence that, to the casual observer, would mean absolutely nothing. Perhaps a phone number fragment, a lottery ticket, or simply a doodle. But Anne, blessed with an extraordinary eye for detail and an intuitive understanding that nothing in a murder mystery is ever truly random, knew better. She felt the magnetic pull of these numbers, sensing that within their unassuming form lay the very key to understanding the tragedy she had witnessed, and perhaps, preventing further ones. Think for a moment about the power of a single, cryptic clue. Has there ever been a time in your own life when a seemingly insignificant detail, a note left behind, a phrase overheard, a discarded object, suddenly shifted your perception of an entire situation? Perhaps it was a misremembered appointment time that threw your day into chaos, only for you to realize a subtle shift in routine was precisely the warning you needed. Or perhaps it was a curious object found in an old attic, leading you down a rabbit hole of family history and forgotten legacies. This is precisely the sensation and experiences. The numbers aren't just data, they are a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down by an unseen hand, daring her to unravel their secret. The profound significance of this initial encounter is not merely the clue itself, but the immediate and visceral connection Anne forms with it, recognizing its potential as a thread in a much larger tapestry. Her adventurous spirit, so long dormant in her ordinary existence, sparks to life with an almost electric jolt. Let us now dissect these key points in greater detail, beginning with that truly strange sequence of numbers. The sequence itself, 171 to 23, Mauritius, 23, is a masterclass in elegant ambiguity. The repetition of 23 immediately grabs attention. Is it a date? A room number? A code? And then, suddenly, a word erupts from the numerical pattern: Mauritius. This isn't just any word, it's the name of a distant, exotic island in the Indian Ocean. How does a tropical paradise fit into the cold, stark reality of a London tube station murder? The juxtaposition is jarring, almost surreal, and it is precisely this incongruity that flags it as paramount importance. Anne's initial reaction, as anyone's might be, is likely one of utter confusion. Her brow might have furrowed, her mind racing through countless possibilities, discarding most as quickly as they arose. But beneath that initial bewilderment lay a growing certainty that this was not random chance, this was a deliberate message, albeit one shrouded in mystery. To give you a real-world storytelling example of how such cryptic clues can operate, consider the famous Bale ciphers. It's about cultivating a mindset that doesn't shy away from complexity but rather approaches it with an organized and analytical curiosity. Now, let's turn our attention to the second crucial key point, showcasing Anne's sharp deductive reasoning and determination. Anne is not merely a passive observer in this unfolding drama, she becomes an active participant, driven by an unyielding desire for truth and adventure. Her encounter with the mysterious paper isn't met with fear or dismissal, but with a surge of intellectual excitement. Her methodical approach to the clue is what truly distinguishes her. She doesn't just stare at the numbers in a daze, she thinks about them. She considers their context, where they were found, who might have written them, and the circumstances surrounding their discovery. She connects the dots, the dead man, the dropped paper, the cryptic message. This isn't just wishful thinking, it's a series of logical inferences. The presence of such a distinct location as Mauritius amidst numerical codes tells her that this isn't a local matter. It suggests a journey, an international connection, a larger conspiracy. Her imagination, previously confined to the pages of books, now vividly projects scenarios of intrigue and danger. Consider the real-world storytelling example of famous fictional detectives, the likes of Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot. What makes them so compelling? It's their reliance on precise logical deduction from seemingly insignificant details. Holmes might observe a speck of clay on a shoe and deduce a person's recent travel history. Poirot might note a particular brand of coffee or the precise arrangement of a room and unravel a complex murder plot. These detectives don't just solve crimes, they see things others miss, and they connect those observations with an unparalleled mental acuity. Their methodology isn't about magical insights, it's about disciplined observation, vast general knowledge, and an unwavering commitment to following a logical chain of thought, no matter how tenuous the initial link. Anne, though an amateur, displays the same nascent talent, guided by her keen mind and her insatiable appetite for the dramatic. She recognizes that the Mauritius isn't a red herring, it's the anchor point, the one piece of concrete information in a sea of numbers, and it demands exploration. From a psychological perspective, why does Anne's sharp deductive reasoning and determination matter so profoundly? It speaks to the power of a curious mind and the importance of tenacity. Many people might have dismissed the paper, handed it over to the police, or simply forgotten about it. But Anne is different. Her determination stems from a combination of inherent curiosity, a thirst for excitement, a reaction against her safe life, and perhaps a touch of righteous indignation at the injustice she witnessed. She refuses to let the mystery lie unsolved. This inner drive, this refusal to accept superficial explanations, is a hallmark of truly effective problem solvers and pioneers. She overcomes any initial fear or hesitation with the sheer force of her intellectual curiosity. Her past experiences, particularly her avid reading of detective novels, have not just entertained her, they have honed her observational skills and provided her with a mental framework for approaching complex problems. She unconsciously applies the principles she's learned from her fictional heroes to her real-world dilemma. This demonstrates the profound impact of our internal narratives and the way our passions can prepare us for unexpected challenges. What practical application steps can you draw from Anne's example, dear listener? Developing critical thinking skills is paramount. This means not accepting information at face value, asking why, and how, and constantly seeking underlying connections. Nurturing your curiosity is another key step. Allow yourself to be fascinated by the unexplained, to delve into topics that pique your interest, even if they seem tangential at first. Anne's decision also. Chapter 5, Boarding the Kilmorton Castle. Welcome, dear listeners, to a pivotal moment in our thrilling narrative, The Man in the Brown Suit. We stand now on the cusp of an adventure that will whisk our intrepid heroine, Anne Bedingfeld, far from the familiar streets of London and into the wide-open expanse of the ocean, heading towards the sun-drenched shores of South Africa. This chapter, Boarding the Kilmorton Castle, isn't just a physical transition, it's a symbolic leap into the unknown, a commitment to a quest born of curiosity and courage. Our core concept for today's deep dive is precisely this, the momentous act of setting sail for South Africa on a passenger ship. Imagine, if you will, the early 20th century, a time when air travel was a daring novelty, and ocean liners represented the epitome of long-distance travel. These magnificent vessels were not merely modes of transport, they were floating cities, self-contained worlds bustling with human drama, luxury, intrigue, and often, the very fabric of society condensed into a microcosm. For Anne, this journey aboard the Kilmorton Castle is her decisive break from a life of quiet provinciality, an embrace of the extraordinary. She is, quite literally, embarking on a new destiny, chasing shadows and whispers across thousands of miles of ocean. The very act of boarding signifies transformation, a shedding of the old, and an eager, if somewhat naive, embracing of the new. It's about taking that monumental step when the future is uncertain, but the call of adventure is undeniable. How many times in our own lives do we stand at such a threshold, contemplating a journey, be it physical or metaphorical, that promises to reshape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us? It is this universal human experience, amplified by the romanticism of a grand ocean voyage, that forms the heart of this chapter. The sheer scale of the ship, the duration of the voyage, and the distant, exotic destination all combine to imbue Anne's departure with a profound sense of import and excitement, not just for her, but for us, her eager companions on this literary voyage. Now, let's delve into the intricate tapestry of this experience, breaking it down into two key points that are vital for appreciating the richness of this scene. First, we'll immerse ourselves in the bustling, vivid harbor atmosphere, paying close attention to how various voice dynamics can heighten this sensory experience. Then, we'll step aboard the Kilmorton Castle itself, exploring its unique blend of claustrophobia and undeniable glamour. Our first key point is all about creating that bustling, vivid harbor atmosphere. Picture it, the London docks, a hive of activity, a sensory overload that assaults you from every direction, pulling you deeper into the moment. What do you hear? The insistent, mournful blast of a ship's horn echoing across the Thames, signaling departure. The raucous cries of seagulls wheeling overhead, competing with the gruff shouts of dock workers heaving heavy crates, their voices carrying over the rhythmic clanking of cranes. The steady thrum of engines, a deep vibration that seems to emanate from the very earth beneath your feet, promising immense power. The creaking and groaning of wooden gangplanks, as hundreds of feet trudge across, each step a step closer to adventure or separation. There's the chatter of excited passengers, their goodbyes mingling with the hopeful wishes of well-wishers on the quay. And, of course, the distinctive hiss and whoosh of steam, adding to the symphony of industrial departure. What do you see? Towering ships, their massive hulls painted in dark, imposing colors, dwarfing everything around them. Mountains of luggage, trunks of all shapes and sizes, being maneuvered by energetic porters, their uniforms a blur of movement. Streaks of colorful streamers, already unfurling between ship and shore, tangible threads connecting those departing with those left behind. Faces filled with anticipation, some with tears, others with wide-eyed wonder. And the water itself, dark and oily, reflecting the. Instead of people were talking, consider a cacophony of excited chatter erupted. Thirdly, if you're writing or speaking, consider how pacing and vocal inflection can amplify these details. A rapid-fire delivery for a chaotic scene, a slower, more deliberate tone for a moment of quiet reflection. By paying attention to these nuances, you not only enrich your own experience but also develop the tools to communicate more effectively and powerfully, whether you are recounting a personal anecdote or crafting a fictional world. Think about how a skilled storyteller uses a brief pause before delivering a crucial piece of information, or how they might raise their voice slightly to emphasize a point of excitement. These are the conscious choices that turn mere words into a living, breathing narrative, mirroring the ebb and flow of real-life experience. Now, having savored the lively commotion of the docks, let us transition to our second key point, stepping aboard the Kilmorton Castle itself, where we encounter a fascinating duality, the ship's claustrophobic intimacy juxtaposed with its undeniable glamour. As Anne crosses the gangplank, she enters a different world entirely. The sounds of the dock begin to recede, replaced by the internal hum of the ship, the distant clatter of the galley, and the subdued murmurs of fellow passengers. The glamour of the Kilmorton castle would have been palpable. Think of the gleaming brass fittings, polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the electric lights. The rich, dark wood paneling in the lounges and dining salons, exuding an air of old-world luxury and sophistication. The crisp white tablecloths in the dining room, laid with shining silverware, promising elegant meals. The grand staircase, perhaps, where passengers in their finest attire would descend for dinner, creating a sense of occasion. It's a vision of elegance, comfort, and adventure, a dream setting for those seeking escape or opportunity in a distant land. This is the promise of ocean travel, a pampered journey across the waves, a floating hotel designed for leisure and social interaction. Yet, beneath this veneer of grandeur lies an inherent claustrophobia. A ship, no matter how large, is a confined space. Anne's cabin, while her private sanctuary, would be relatively small, a compact unit designed for efficiency, with limited space for movement. The corridors, though perhaps wide for the time, would still feel like a labyrinth, especially when navigating them for the first time. You are, quite literally, trapped within a metal hull, surrounded by hundreds of strangers, with thousands of miles of ocean stretching out in every direction. There's no easy escape, no stepping off for a breath of fresh air unless you are on deck. This feeling of being locked in creates a unique psychological environment, where secrets are harder to keep, and interactions, whether desired or not, become inevitable. The vastness of the ocean outside only emphasizes the finite, inescapable space within. When narrating this, the voice dynamics would shift. We'd adopt a slightly slower, more reflective pace, conveying the wonder of the ship's opulence but also hinting at the subtle unease of confinement. Perhaps a quieter, more intimate tone when describing Anne's cabin, a momentary sanctuary, before expanding again to capture the grander public spaces. There's a subtle tension in the voice, reflecting the dual nature of the setting, excitement mixed with the recognition of vulnerability. For a real-world storytelling example, think of any classic mystery novel set on a ship, like Agatha Christie's own Death on the Nile, or even a more modern film like Titanic. These stories masterfully use the confined yet luxurious setting. The grandeur of the first-class lounges and dining rooms is vividly depicted, showcasing the wealth and social stratification. But simultaneously, the characters are inescapably aware of the ship's boundaries. A murder aboard such a vessel is exponentially more thrilling precisely because the perpetrator cannot flee. How will this unique environment shape her pursuit of the mysterious man? What secrets will the close quarters of the ship reveal, and what new challenges will emerge from the depths of the ocean voyage? Join us next time as Anne navigates these new waters, both literal and figurative, in her relentless pursuit of truth. Chapter 6: A Cast of Suspects. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we continue our enthralling journey into the heart of Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. In our previous chapter, We witnessed and Bedingfeld, our intrepid and delightfully impulsive protagonist, take a monumental leap of faith, embarking on a voyage to South Africa aboard the Kilmorton Castle. Having found herself entangled in a bewildering web of murder, mistaken identity, and diamond smuggling right at home in London, Anne, with characteristic gumption, decides the only way to unravel this intricate knot is to follow the threads to their furthest extent. She's not just a passenger, she's a detective in the making, armed with little more than curiosity, an adventurous spirit, and a distinct lack of fear. Now, as the Kilmorton Castle gracefully cleaves through the Atlantic, leaving the familiar shores of England behind, and finds herself in a new, confined world, the first-class deck of an ocean liner. This setting, for all its luxury and promise of exotic destinations, is also a microcosm of society, a floating stage where a very specific drama is about to unfold. Our core concept for this chapter, a cast of suspects, is precisely that, meeting the prominent passengers who, through their presence, their personalities, or their peculiar connections, might just be involved in the very mystery and is determined to solve. Who are these individuals? What secrets do they carry? And how will Anne navigate this glittering labyrinth of potential allies and dangerous adversaries? Let's delve in. The first-class dining salon, the sun-drenched promenade deck, the hushed drawing room, these are the arenas where Anne begins her quiet observations. It's here that she encounters the most notable figures, each a potential piece of the puzzle, each a character painted with Christie's masterful strokes of intrigue and societal commentary. Two figures, in particular, stand out immediately, not just to Anne, but to us, the listeners, as pivotal players in this unfolding drama. Let's first consider Sir Eustace Pedlar, a man whose presence, once perceived, is almost impossible to ignore. Imagine, if you will, a figure who commands attention not through quiet gravitas, but through sheer, unadulterated exuberance. When we speak of establishing a distinct vocal register for Sir Eustace, we're envisioning a voice that is, quite frankly, loud. A boisterous, self-important rumble, perhaps tinged with a hearty, often dismissive chuckle. His speech might be rapid, punctuated by emphatic gestures, and delivered with the conviction of a man utterly accustomed to being heard, and more importantly, obeyed. He is the kind of individual who doesn't just enter a room, he announces his arrival. You can almost picture him, ruddy-faced, perhaps a little portly, always impeccably dressed but with a certain flamboyance in his choice of tie or handkerchief. His words, even when seemingly innocuous, often carry an undertone of shrewdness, a quick calculation behind the bluff bonhomie. He's a man of industry, a man of power, and one who certainly doesn't suffer fools gladly, though he might tolerate them if they serve his purpose. To give you a storytelling example, imagine Anne observing Sir Eustace at dinner. He might be holding court at a large table, his voice rising above the polite murmur of other conversations. Perhaps he's regaling his audience with a tale of some audacious business deal he recently pulled off, or a political anecdote delivered with a knowing wink. And I told them, I said, his voice would boom, you can pontificate all you like about market trends, but at the end of the day, it's about nerve, my dear sir. Pure, unadulterated guts. He might then lean back, a booming laugh escaping him, his gaze sweeping across his companions, silently challenging anyone to disagree. There's an underlying current of almost theatrical performance to his interactions, as if every conversation is an opportunity to reinforce his own importance and intellectual superiority. He is not merely speaking, he is performing. There's no bombast, no need for theatrics. His words carry weight because he carries weight, his wisdom hard-earned through experience rather than proclaimed through boast. He emanates an aura of quiet competence and deep understanding, a man who observes more than he speaks, and when he does speak, it is worth listening. From a psychological perspective, Colonel Race's understated authority is profoundly important because it represents a different, often more effective, form of power. His calmness suggests control, both of himself and, by extension, of the situation around him. It makes him an imposing figure, not because he demands attention, but because he commands respect. Such individuals often possess a keen analytical mind, capable of seeing through the superficiality that others might present. For N, encountering Colonel Race is like finding a counterpoint to Sir Eustace. While Sir Eustace's volume might be intimidating, Race's quiet intensity is equally, if not more, formidable. He represents the kind of intelligence that observes, deduces, and acts with precision, a valuable archetype in the world of mystery. His presence suggests a deeper, more subtle game is afoot, one where bluster won't cut it, and quiet observation is key. What practical application can we derive from observing a character like Colonel Race? In your own life, consider the power of quiet observation. It's easy to be drawn to the most vocal, the most flamboyant personalities. But often, the individuals with the deepest insights, the most profound understanding, are those who listen more than they speak, who process information internally before offering their considered thoughts. Learning to appreciate and seek out this quieter form of wisdom can enrich your understanding of people and situations. It encourages you to look for substance over flash, and to trust that true authority often resides in thoughtful deliberation rather than overt demonstration. When someone speaks with a quiet conviction, often that is the voice that holds the most truth, or at least, the most carefully weighed perspective. Pay attention to those who don't feel the need to fill every silence, for their silences can be as informative as their words. Beyond these two contrasting figures, the social dynamics of first-class travel on a grand ocean liner are a rich tapestry of human interaction, deserving of our close attention. This isn't just about meeting individuals, it's about understanding the intricate web of relationships, the unspoken rules, and the subtle power plays that define such an environment. A luxury liner, for all its expansive decks and opulent salons, is ultimately a confined space where a select group of people are thrown together for days, even weeks. This proximity fosters a unique social ecosystem. Think of it as a floating high society salon, where reputations precede people, and appearances are paramount. There's a delicate balance between polite distance and casual familiarity. People are constantly sizing each other up, discerning social standing, professional connections, and potential romantic interests. There are those who mingle effortlessly, the social butterflies, and those who remain aloof, content in their own company or perhaps guarding secrets. There are the gossip mongers, eagerly exchanging whispers over afternoon tea, and the quiet observers, like Anne herself, taking everything in. The complex social dynamics manifest in countless ways: the seating arrangements at dinner, the choice of promenade companions, the subtle nods of recognition, or the deliberate avoidance of certain individuals. To offer a real-world storytelling example, imagine Anne witnessing a specific scene on the promenade deck. A charming, effortlessly elegant woman, perhaps a Miss de Belforte, as we later learn, is surrounded by a small cluster of admiring gentlemen, her laughter like tinkling bells, her conversation light and flirtatious. Meanwhile, an older, perhaps dowdy woman sits alone in a deck chair, ostensibly reading, but her eyes occasionally f. The stage is set, the players introduced, and the journey continues. What revelations await Anne as she delves deeper into the lives of these intriguing individuals? How will her observations lead her closer to the truth, or perhaps, draw her further into danger? Join us in our next chapter, as Anne's investigation truly begins to take shape, and the shadows on the Kilmorton castle start to lengthen and deepen. The mystery, dear listeners, is just beginning to unravel. Chapter 7, The Enigmatic Harry Rayburn. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 9 of our journey through Agatha Christie's thrilling mystery, The Man in the Brown Suit. We now delve into the heart of the intrigue with Chapter 7 of the novel, a segment titled The Enigmatic Harry Rayburn. This particular chapter marks a significant escalation in Anne Bedingfeld's amateur sleuthing, bringing her into increasingly intense and perplexing encounters with a character who will remain stubbornly resistant to easy categorization, the secretive secretary, Harry Rayburn. Our deep dive today focuses on the very core concept of these interactions, Anne's intense encounters with this elusive figure. What makes them so intense? Is it the inherent danger of her quest, the magnetic pull of an unknown adversary, or perhaps something more complicated, more deeply personal? We find Anne, an ordinary young woman thrust into extraordinary circumstances, facing a man who is clearly entangled in the mystery surrounding the death of Miss Amelia de Belforte and the subsequent murder on the tube train. Yet, Harry Rayburn is no simple villain. His persona is woven with threads of suspicion, certainly, but also moments of unexpected charm, perplexing vulnerability, and an undeniable intelligence that matches, and at times even surpasses, Anne's own. These encounters are not merely informational exchanges, they are psychological duels, tests of will, and subtle dances of power, leaving and indeed us, the listeners, constantly off-kilter, unsure of where the truth lies or who Harry truly is. Let us explore this fascinating dynamic further, dissecting the key points that make Harry Rayburn such a compelling and pivotal character in Anne's investigation. First and foremost, Christie masterfully plays up a delicate, yet potent, blend of romantic and suspicious tension between Anne and Harry. Think for a moment about the classic narrative archetype, the hero, or in this case, the heroine, drawn to someone they suspect, someone who might be dangerous, yet cannot entirely dismiss. It's a powerful cocktail, isn't it? The illicit thrill of the forbidden, the intellectual challenge of trying to unravel a complex personality, and the undeniable spark of human connection, however fraught it might be. Consider, for instance, a scene where Anne confronts Harry. He might be brusque, dismissive, even seemingly hostile, but then, perhaps, a fleeting glance, a moment of unguarded intensity in his eyes, or a subtly delivered piece of information that seems to aid her, punctures that hard exterior. This isn't a grand, sweeping romance, certainly not in the traditional sense. It is a simmering undercurrent, a what-if that tantalizes Anne's investigative mind as much as it might stir her emotions. Why does he act this way? Is there genuine concern beneath the bravado, or is it merely another layer of his deception? This ambiguity is precisely what fuels the romantic tension. Anne is not just trying to catch a criminal, she is trying to understand a man who, despite all evidence pointing to his potential culpability, possesses an unsettling charisma. This dynamic is much like the legendary interplay between Catwoman and Batman in their various iterations. There is a clear adversarial relationship, a clash of ideologies and objectives, yet underlying it all is an undeniable, magnetic pull, a mutual respect for intellect and agility, and an unspoken understanding that sometimes their paths, despite their differences, are destined to intertwine. They are opponents, yes, but often the only ones who truly understand each other. This shared understanding, born of their conflict, creates a specific kind of tension that can, at times, feel surprisingly romantic, even when they are literally fighting. From a psychological perspective, this dual tension matters immensely because it deeply implicates the listener, drawing us into Anne's internal world. We experience her conflicting emotions, the logical suspicion warring with an almost primal curiosity or even a nascent attraction. This Psychologically, this persistent ambiguity matters because it ignites our primal need for resolution and understanding. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures, we crave order and clear narratives. When a character like Harry Rayburn consistently defies categorization, it creates a powerful cognitive dissonance. We are compelled to keep reading, to keep listening, driven by the desire to crack the code, to finally understand his true nature. This unresolved tension is a fundamental engine of suspense. It prevents us from comfortably settling into a predictable narrative arc. Furthermore, it encourages empathy, even for a potentially dangerous character, because we are forced to consider his possible motivations from multiple angles. We imagine scenarios, hypothesize possibilities, and in doing so, we invest more deeply in his fate and in Anne's quest to understand him. It's the thrill of the intellectual chase, the satisfaction of piecing together a puzzle with missing pieces, even if those pieces only deepen the mystery for a time. It keeps our minds actively engaged, constantly predicting, and then re-evaluating, fostering a deep intellectual connection with the story. So, as a practical application step for the astute listener, when confronted with a character whose motives are deliberately obscured, try not to feel frustrated by the lack of clarity. Instead, lean into the uncertainty. Consider the various interpretations of their actions and words. If Harry says, "Be careful," and ask yourself, is he warning her of danger from others, or is he subtly warning her about himself? Is he genuinely looking out for her, or is he attempting to control her actions? By actively entertaining these multiple possibilities, you become an even more sophisticated participant in the narrative. You learn to appreciate the art of the slow reveal, the strategic withholding of information, and the power of narrative doubt. This approach not only enhances your enjoyment but also sharpens your analytical skills, making you a more perceptive audience member in any story you encounter, be it a book, a film, or a television series. It's about developing a taste for the subtle complexities that make a story truly unforgettable. In summary, Chapter 7 of The Man in the Brown Suit is a pivotal moment in Anne Bedingfeld's adventure, defined by her intense, almost electric, encounters with the enigmatic Harry Rayburn. Through a delicate interplay of romantic and suspicious tension, and a masterful commitment to keeping Harry's true motives shrouded in ambiguity, Agatha Christie creates a character who is not merely a plot device, but a living, breathing enigma who challenges Anne's intellect and stirs her emotions. These interactions are crucial because they not only propel the plot forward but also enrich the psychological depth of the narrative, drawing us deeper into Anne's journey of discovery and risk. As we conclude our analysis of this chapter, remember the enduring power of characters like Harry Rayburn. They remind us that the line between ally and adversary can be impossibly thin, and that true understanding often requires looking beyond the surface, even when the truth remains stubbornly just out of reach. This intricate dance of suspicion and fascination sets the stage for even more thrilling revelations and dangerous confrontations as Anne continues her relentless pursuit of justice and the truth behind the man in the brown suit. What further layers of complexity will Harry reveal? How will Anne navigate the perilous waters of her growing suspicions and perhaps, her unexpected feelings? The answers, dear listener, await us in the chapters to come. Chapter 8, The Shadow of the Colonel. Welcome, discerning listener, to a pivotal chapter in our unfolding saga, a chapter where the misty shadows of intrigue begin to coalesce into the formidable figure of a master criminal. We are delving now into Chapter 8, The Shadow of the Colonel, a moment in our narrative where the very air grows thick with unspoken threats and the vast, unsettling power of an unseen hand is first truly glimpsed. Our courageous protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, finds herself ensnared, not merely by circumstance, but by the tendrils of a conspiracy far grander and more terrifying than she could ever have imagined. Imagine Anne, stripped of her immediate autonomy, whisked away to a secluded location, feeling the chilling isolation of being utterly alone in a foreign land. Her initial confusion, her brave but perhaps naive pursuit of adventure, now gives way to a dawning, visceral fear. She is no longer merely a curious bystander, she is a pawn, albeit a vital one, in a high-stakes game. As Sir Eustace Pedlar, a man whose outward geniality conceals layers of complex motivations, finally begins to speak, the true nature of her predicament, and indeed, the central mystery of our story, starts to unfurl. This, dear friends, is where we encounter the core concept of our discussion, the insidious whispers of the unseen master criminal, the enigmatic colonel, who exerts a chilling, absolute control over the international diamond trade. Sir Eustace, his usual bluster replaced by a grave seriousness, starts to reveal the pieces of a puzzle so vast, so meticulously crafted, that it defies immediate comprehension. He speaks of a criminal enterprise unlike any other, one that operates with the precision of a well-oiled machine, its gears turning silently, hidden from the public eye. And at the very heart of this immense, dark engine, stands a figure known only as the Colonel. A name whispered with an almost superstitious dread, carrying the weight of unassailable authority and ruthless efficiency. This colonel is not merely a thief, he is an orchestrator, a puppet master, pulling strings across continents, manipulating markets, and eliminating anyone who dares to stand in his way. He is the ghost in the machine, the phantom force that has made a mockery of borders and laws, turning the glittering world of diamonds into his personal, illicit kingdom. This unseen presence, this shadowy puppet master, is the very essence of the dread that now begins to creep into Anne's heart, and into ours as listeners. As Sir Eustace leans forward, his voice instinctively lowering, we are immediately drawn into the clandestine nature of the revelation. This brings us to our first crucial element of storytelling, one that the narrator would subtly, yet powerfully, employ, the deliberate lowering of the voice to convey secrecy and dread. Consider, for a moment, a classic cinematic scene. Perhaps it's a tense exchange between two agents in a crowded but hushed art gallery, their words barely audible above the ambient murmur, forcing the audience to strain to hear, to lean into the screen. Or picture a pivotal moment in a courtroom drama, where a witness, terrified and reluctant, finally whispers a crucial piece of information, and the entire room falls silent, hanging on every soft syllable. In literature, a seasoned author might describe a character speaking in a hushed tone, or with a voice barely above a whisper, immediately signaling the gravity and sensitive nature of the information being imparted. Even a simple campfire ghost story, shared amongst friends, gains immeasurable power when the storyteller's voice drops to a near inaudible whisper, describing the spectral presence or the chilling rustle in the trees, drawing everyone closer, creating an almost palpable tension that transcends mere words. These aren't merely stylistic choices, they are profound psychological triggers, masterfully wielded by storytellers across all mediums. Why does this particular modulation of voice matter so deeply to us, the audience? Psychologically, a lowered voice, a hushed tone. This intimate conspiratorial tone creates a bond, drawing us deeper into the narrative, making the threat feel more personal, more immediate. It primes us for suspense, alerting our subconscious to an impending revelation that is both important and potentially dangerous. For you, our astute listener, what practical application can be drawn from understanding this potent technique? Firstly, it helps you become a more discerning consumer of narrative. When you hear a narrator's voice drop, or when you read a character's dialogue described as hushed, recognize the deliberate craft at play. Anticipate the secret, lean into the suspense, and appreciate how the storyteller is subtly manipulating your emotions and attention. Secondly, it offers invaluable insight into human communication in the real world. Observe how people naturally lower their voices when sharing sensitive information, when imparting a confidence, when discussing something they fear might be overheard, or even in moments of profound intimacy. It's a universal nonverbal cue that speaks volumes about the gravity, the delicacy, or the secrecy of the message being conveyed. And thirdly, if you ever find yourself needing to convey seriousness, intimacy, or a sense of shared secret in your own communication, consciously modulating your vocal tone can be an incredibly powerful tool. It's about creating an atmosphere, forging a connection, and imbuing your words with an unspoken significance, not just merely delivering information. As Sir Eustace continues, the whispers about the Colonel give way to a more detailed, though still horrifying, outline of the terrifying scope of this criminal syndicate. He paints a picture not of isolated opportunists, but of a vast, interconnected web, spanning continents, infiltrating legitimate businesses, and commanding a network of agents that seems almost limitless. He speaks of intelligence, resources, and influence that rival those of sovereign nations. This enterprise is not merely about stealing diamonds, it's about controlling the entire industry, from mining to market, shaping prices, circumventing international laws, and eliminating competition or interference with chilling efficacy. Let's explore this second crucial element, outlining the terrifying scope of a criminal syndicate. Think of classic spy thrillers like those featuring James Bond, where the villain's lair is not just a hidden base, but a sprawling complex with global communications, private armies, and world-dominating aspirations. Or consider the intricate criminal empires depicted in sagas like The Godfather, where the family's reach extends into politics, legitimate businesses, and every corner of society, operating with a ruthless code of conduct and an almost invisible hand. Even in historical narratives, describing the vastness of an ancient empire or the far-flung roots of medieval trade networks serves a similar purpose, impressing upon the audience the sheer scale and complexity of the world being presented. The sheer geographical breadth, the diverse array of skills and resources, and the meticulous planning involved in such operations are key to establishing the sense of overwhelming power. We are not dealing with a mere street gang, we are confronting a global shadow government of crime. Why does presenting such a terrifying scope psychologically matter to us? When faced with the description of an organization so vast, so powerful, and so meticulously organized, we experience a profound sense of awe mixed with helplessness. It taps into our deep-seated fear of systems, of forces beyond individual control. It evokes the feeling of being overwhelmed by an insurmountable power, the loss of individual agency in the face of systemic evil. The sheer scale makes the threat feel existential, not just personal. It suggests that resistance is futile, that the rules we live by are easily bent or broken by these unseen masters. This feeling of being a small cog in a giant, dangerous machine can be incredibly unsettling. Furthermore, the allure of a powerful. He is a master of disguise, deception, and psychological warfare, always one step ahead, always predicting the moves of his adversaries. And, though terrified, also feels a spark of defiance. Her adventurous spirit, though momentarily dampened by fear, begins to rekindle. She is no longer just a girl who wanted excitement, she is now a girl who has stumbled upon a monstrous truth, and perhaps, with Sir Eustace's reluctant guidance, she might just be able to do something about it. The stakes are immense, not just for her life, but for the very stability of international commerce and justice. In summary, Chapter 8, The Shadow of the Colonel, is a masterclass in revelation and rising stakes. It transforms a seemingly simple murder mystery into a sprawling international thriller. We've explored how the narrator's subtle shift in vocal tone can convey secrecy and dread, pulling us into the heart of a dangerous confidence. We've also delved into the psychological impact of outlining a terrifyingly vast criminal syndicate, creating an antagonist that feels omnipresent and nearly invincible. These techniques not only immerse us deeper into Anne's perilous journey but also equip us with a keener understanding of the art of storytelling itself, allowing us to appreciate the intricate dance between narrative craft and psychological impact. As this chapter draws to a close, Anne Bedingfeld stands at a precipice. The veil has been lifted, and she sees the true, terrifying face of the enemy. The Colonel's shadow now looms large over her every move, but with knowledge comes a certain power. The question that hangs in the air, thick with suspense, is, what will she do with this terrifying truth? And how can one intrepid young woman possibly hope to stand against such an overwhelming, unseen force? The answer, dear listener, awaits us in the chapters to come, as Anne's perilous journey takes on new, breathtaking dimensions. Chapter 9, The man in the brown suit strikes. Welcome, dear listeners, to another captivating installment of our journey through Agatha Christie's enthralling tale, The Man in the Brown Suit. As we embark upon Chapter 9, prepare yourselves for a significant turning point, a moment that will send a shiver down your spine and accelerate the pulse of our intrepid heroine, Anne Bedingfeld. This chapter is not merely a progression of events, it is a seismic shift in the narrative, a direct confrontation with the very enigma that has propelled Anne across continents. We are about to witness the sudden and utterly shocking reappearance of the titular suspect, the man in the brown suit, and crucially, this dramatic encounter unfolds not on some bustling London street, but aboard the confined, voyaging vessel, the Kilmorton Castle. Can you feel the anticipation building? Remember the mystery, the inexplicable murder at Mill House, the hushed whispers of danger surrounding the identity of the man and glimpsed fleeing the scene? For chapters, he has been a phantom, a name whispered in conjunction with cryptic clues and shadowy motives. Now, however, the phantom takes flesh, and his presence on the ship transforms our understanding of the chase. And did not merely seek him out, in a twist of fate, their paths have converged in an inescapable setting. This isn't a matter of merely spotting him in a crowd anymore, this is a direct, undeniable, and potentially perilous encounter. It raises immediate questions. Is he aware of Anne? Has he been following her? Or is this purely a dreadful coincidence, making him all the more dangerous due to his unexpected proximity? The very air on the Kilmorton Castle, once filled with the promise of adventure and romance, now crackles with latent tension and an undercurrent of dread. Anne, who boarded the ship with a sense of purpose and a spirit of adventure, now finds her adventure taking a far darker, more personal turn. The stakes have been irrevocably raised, for she is no longer a detached observer of a crime, but an active participant, directly entangled with its most elusive figure. Let's delve deeper into how this pivotal moment is brought to life within the audiobook experience, focusing on two crucial elements that amplify its impact. Firstly, we must discuss the pacing of the narration, particularly as it shifts into an action sequence. Secondly, we will examine the critical importance of describing the iconic brown suit with vivid detail, a description designed to trigger immediate listener memory and reinforce its symbolic weight. Consider the pacing for a moment. When a story transitions from exposition or character development into an action sequence, the rhythm of the narration must inherently accelerate. Think about it, our inner perception of time itself seems to speed up when we are in a moment of crisis or high adrenaline. Our breath quickens, our thoughts become sharper, more immediate, and less inclined towards lengthy rumination. To maintain this immersive experience for the listener, the audiobook narrator's pacing must mirror this internal shift. Why is this so vital? Because a slow, deliberate cadence during a chase or a confrontation would feel entirely incongruous, wouldn't it? It would pull the listener out of the moment, creating a jarring dissonance between the thrilling events being described and the calm, measured delivery. The goal is to make the listener feel the urgency, to practically hear Anne's heart pound, to sense the rapid unfolding of events as if they were right there beside her on the deck of the ship. To illustrate this point with a real-world storytelling example, cast your mind to the opening sequence of a classic spy thriller film, perhaps James Bond leaping across rooftops, or Indiana Jones narrowly escaping a booby trap. What do you notice about the filmmaking in those moments? The camera cuts are rapid, the music swells with a driving beat, dialogue becomes sparse and punchy, and the focus is entirely on kinetic energy. The same principle applies to audio storytelling. In a book, an author A. We will focus on immediate sensory details, the thud of footsteps, the rush of wind, the sudden appearance of the figure. The narrator will then interpret these cues, delivering the lines with a heightened pitch, a quicker cadence, and perhaps a slight urgency in their tone, almost as if they, too, are catching their breath. Imagine the narrator conveying Anne's sudden intake of breath, her eyes widening, her heart lurching. This isn't about rushing through the words carelessly, it's about a controlled, deliberate quickening that maintains clarity while conveying absolute urgency. It's about using inflection and pauses not to slow down, but to punctuate the swiftness of the action, to make each beat land sharply and definitively. We want the listener to feel the very ground beneath Anne's feet as she reacts, to feel the immediate pressure of the situation. Moving on to our second critical element for this chapter, the vivid description of the iconic brown suit. This isn't just any suit, it is the brown suit. Its reappearance is not merely a costume detail, it's a profound narrative marker, a physical manifestation of the central mystery that has driven Anne Bedingfeld since the very first chapter. Why is it so crucial to describe it vividly now, even though we've heard about it before? Because it acts as an immediate trigger for listener memory, pulling them back to the foundational events of the story, the murder, the enigmatic escape, the clues Anne painstakingly collected. It validates Anne's journey, proving that her instincts were correct, and simultaneously confirms the danger she now faces. Think of it this way. Drawing on a real-world storytelling example, consider the iconic costumes in fiction that immediately identify a character and their role. We don't need to be told who Darth Vader is when we see his black helmet and flowing cape, the image alone conveys villainy, power, and menace. Similarly, Sherlock Holmes's deer-stalker hat and pipe are more than just accessories, they are symbols of his intellect and his craft. The brown suit, for this novel, must achieve a similar iconic status. When it is described, it should evoke not just a color and a fabric, but the entire preceding narrative, the mystery, the murder, Anne's adventurous spirit, and the growing sense of peril. It is a visual shorthand for a complex web of events, immediately placing the current scene in its proper context within the overarching plot. It tells us, without needing a full flashback, this is it. This is that man. The journey has led to this moment. From a psychological perspective, What makes vivid description of a recurring motif so powerful for the listener? Firstly, it leverages our innate human capacity for memory recall and pattern recognition. When details associated with a significant event like a murder are revisited, our brains automatically connect them to those earlier memories, strengthening the narrative's continuity and reinforcing our understanding of the plot. The brown suit acts as an anchor, a recurring motif that links disparate events together. Secondly, it creates a strong emotional resonance. The suit isn't just fabric, it's steeped in the memory of violence and unresolved questions. Its reappearance evokes those same feelings of unease, suspicion, and suspense. Thirdly, vivid description enhances immersion. By providing precise, sensory details, the texture of the cloth, the cut of the jacket, the way it moves, we help the listener build a clear, stable mental image, making the story feel more tangible and immediate. This isn't just some generic brown suit, it is the brown suit, meticulously observed by Anne and now, through her eyes, meticulously rendered for us. This precise detailing allows the listener to share Anne's shock of recognition, her sudden, chilling certainty. The brown suit has transitioned from being a mere article of clothing worn by a suspect to a potent symbol of the entire mystery, and its reappearance makes that symbolism palpable. So, how do we apply this practically in the script? The sea air suddenly felt heavy, the ship's thrumming became a deafening roar in her ears. There, unmistakable, utterly undeniable, was the suit. The very fabric, the specific hue of cocoa brown, that had burned itself into her memory from that fateful day at Mill House. It was the same slightly rumpled but undeniably well-tailored garment, the broad shoulders she remembered, the confident, almost arrogant set of the head that had been so brief, so fleeting, yet so indelibly imprinted upon her mind. This was not some similar suit, not a trick of the light or a misremembered detail. This was it. The very same brown suit that had haunted her dreams, the symbol of the murder, the indelible link to the mysterious man whose identity had driven her across the world. The man in the brown suit was here, on the Kilmorton Castle. Her heart leaped into her throat, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. All the casual speculation, all the intellectual pursuit of clues, evaporated in the face of this stark reality. He was real, he was here, and he was heading away from her, towards the bow. A split-second decision hung precariously in the air. Let him go. Allow him to disappear into the labyrinthine passages of the ship, perhaps never to be seen again? Or act. The intrepid spirit that had led her from the quiet life in the vicarage to the grand, dangerous adventure she was living surged within her. No. She couldn't let him vanish. Not now, not after all this. Her mind raced, a whirlwind of fragmented thoughts. What would she do? What could she do? But the instinct was stronger than any logical plan. She had to follow. She had to know. Sound of Anne's quick, urgent footsteps, a slight creak of the deck, and began to move, not overtly, not running, but with a sudden, sharp acceleration of pace. Her eyes were locked onto the brown-suited figure, who continued forward, seemingly unaware of her sudden pursuit. She had to maintain a discreet distance, not wanting to alert him to her presence, yet close enough to ensure he didn't slip away. The deck was relatively clear at this moment, a blessing and a curse. Fewer people meant less cover for her, but also fewer obstacles. He reached the next deck stairwell, a metal structure that led down into the ship's interior. Without hesitation, he descended, his silhouette briefly framed against the light before disappearing. And reached the opening seconds later, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. She glanced around quickly, her eyes scanning for any fellow passenger who might notice her sudden, unusual haste. Thankfully, no one seemed to be paying her any mind. The casual rhythm of shipboard life continued around her, oblivious to the high-stakes drama now unfolding. Sound of descending metal stairs quickly, a slight metallic clang. She plunged down the stairs, her hand gripping the cold railing, her feet hitting each step with a controlled urgency. She could still see him, just ahead, turning into a corridor that led deeper into the ship. He moved with an almost aggressive efficiency, a man on a mission, a man who knew exactly where he was going. And, by contrast, felt a sudden disorienting panic. This was unfamiliar territory. Where was he leading her? What if he suddenly turned and saw her? What then? The corridor was narrower here, less grand than the main promenades. Cabins lined both sides, their doors uniformly closed, creating a tunnel-like effect. The muffled sounds of the ship intensified, the distant hum of machinery, the occasional clink of cutlery from a dining area, the low murmur of voices behind closed doors. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every corner to hold a potential ambush. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drum beat against the backdrop of the ship's steady pulse. He paused momentarily at a cabin door, his hand reaching for the knob. Anne instinctively pressed herself against the bulkhead, flattening her body against the cool metal, trying to make herself as invisible as possible. Had he seen her? Was this a trap? Her mind screamed with questions, but her. Chapter 10, A Cabin Search. Welcome, dear listeners, to another enthralling chapter in our exploration of Agatha Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. We left Anne Bedingfeld, our tenacious amateur detective, on the cusp of a truly daring maneuver. She's aboard the Kilmorton Castle, sailing towards a mystery that deepens with every passing nautical mile, and she's just made a momentous decision that will either lead her closer to the truth or land her in a perilous predicament. This chapter, A Cabin Search, is a masterclass in suspense, a testament to Anne's burgeoning courage, and a pivotal moment in her pursuit of justice and, perhaps, the elusive diamonds. Our core concept for today's deep dive is Anne's audacious hunt for hidden evidence while her primary suspect, Colonel Race, is safely, or so she hopes, away at dinner. Can you feel the tension building already? This isn't just a simple search, it's an invasion of privacy, a calculated risk, and a high-stakes gamble against time. Imagine yourself in Anne's shoes, a young woman, relatively naive to the world of crime and espionage, but propelled by an innate sense of right and wrong, and an insatiable curiosity. She's stepping into the unknown, driven by intuition and a growing suspicion that the man everyone else views as above reproach might just be the key to the entire convoluted affair. She's convinced there's more to him than meets the eye, more than his calm demeanor and gentlemanly presence suggest. Her theory, outlandish as it might seem to others, is that Colonel Race is deeply entangled in the criminal enterprise, perhaps even orchestrating it, and that his cabin, his personal sanctuary on this floating world, holds the tangible proof she so desperately seeks. She knows that if she can uncover anything, no matter how small, it could unravel the entire conspiracy. This isn't just about finding something, it's about validating her own instincts against a tide of societal expectation and polite dismissal. Now, let's delve into the first key point, the breathless, heart-stopping fear of being caught in the act. Can you recall a moment in your own life when you felt that exquisite blend of adrenaline and terror, where every second felt stretched, every sound amplified, and your own heartbeat throbbed like a drum against your ribs? Anne experiences this with a visceral intensity as she approaches Colonel Race's cabin. The ship itself, usually a source of comfort and adventure, transforms into a labyrinth of potential pitfalls. Every distant laugh from the lounge, every creak of the ship's timbers, every muffled conversation from a neighboring cabin, becomes a potential harbinger of discovery. She's acutely aware of the risk, the profound embarrassment and potential legal repercussions if she's found rummaging through a fellow passenger's belongings. The silence, when it falls, is almost more terrifying than the noise, because it allows her own frantic thoughts to echo even louder. What if he decides to skip dessert? She might think. What if he simply forgets something and returns early? The internal monologue is a frantic race against the clock, a constant negotiation with her own fear. Her fingers might tremble as she tries the handle, her breath catching in her throat as she slips inside, the door clicking shut behind her with an alarming finality. The confined space of the cabin, which should offer safety, instead feels like a trap. Every shadow seems to hold a watching eye, every reflection in the polished wood a ghost of an observer. The cabin, which is Colonel Race's domain, feels imbued with his presence, making her feel like an intruder, an unwelcome trespasser. To give you a real-world storytelling example of this kind of intense, breathless fear, think about classic spy thrillers. Picture James Bond, or perhaps a more grounded character like Jason Bourne, infiltrating a heavily guarded facility. They navigate laser grids, dodge security cameras, and race against an ever-ticking clock. The tension isn't just about whether they'll succeed in their mission, but whether they'll even make it out alive or undetected. Every single moment is fraught with peril. Or, on a more relatable level, imagine a child trying to sneak a cookie from the jar before dinner, knowing full well they're forbidden. The creak of the floorboard, the distant voice of a parent, the thumping of their own heart, these mundane elements suddenly become sources of immense, palpable dread. The stakes for the child might be minor, a scolding at worst, but the emotional response, the physiological manifestation of fear, is remarkably similar to Anne's predicament. The feeling of being found out is universal, and authors cleverly tap into this to make us empathize with the character's plight. From a psychological perspective, this breathless fear matters immensely for several reasons. Firstly, it's a powerful tool for character development. It shows Anne's vulnerability and her genuine human reaction to a dangerous situation. She's not a fearless automaton, she's a person grappling with very real emotions, which makes her more relatable and endearing to us, the audience. We see her courage not as an absence of fear, but as the decision to act despite it. Secondly, this fear elevates the stakes of the narrative. If Anne were casually strolling into the cabin, the tension would evaporate. The danger imbues her actions with significance. Every item she touches, every drawer she opens, feels like a critical step in a perilous journey. Thirdly, he's often presented with seemingly insurmountable puzzles, ancient mechanisms that appear to be solid stone. He might be about to concede defeat when a glint of light, a peculiar carving, or a subtle difference in texture leads him to discover a hidden lever, a secret passage, or a false wall. The moment the mechanism grinds open, revealing a hidden chamber or a priceless artifact, is pure cinematic gold. Similarly, consider Sherlock Holmes. He often observes minute details that others overlook, leading him to discover a hidden letter, a concealed weapon, or a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture. His triumph isn't just in the finding, but in the intellectual journey, the process of deduction that leads him to the precise spot. These examples highlight the joy of solving a puzzle, the confirmation of one's intuition, and the immense satisfaction of seeing one's persistence rewarded. Psychologically speaking, this discovery provides immense catharsis after the prolonged tension and fear. It's the moment of release, the payoff for the audience's emotional investment in Anne's struggle. This triumph reinforces the character's competence, her intelligence, and her bravery. It validates her earlier risky actions and shows that her instincts were not merely wild conjectures, but astute observations. For us, the listeners, it's deeply satisfying. It represents the triumph of intellect and daring over adversity. We feel a shared sense of accomplishment, a vicarious thrill that our protagonist has achieved a significant breakthrough. Moreover, it highlights the power of observation and meticulousness. It's not just luck, it's Anne's willingness to look beyond the obvious, to consider what might be hidden, that leads to her success. It also reminds us that beneath the surface of everyday life, there are often layers of complexity and concealed truths waiting to be uncovered by those brave and perceptive enough to look. In our own lives, how can we apply this principle of persistent searching and triumphant discovery? It's about the importance of thoroughness and resilience, not giving up when the initial, obvious attempts yield no results. How often do we abandon a task or a goal just before a breakthrough, simply because the initial effort was frustrating? The practical application here is about developing an eye for detail, a willingness to question assumptions, and to maintain persistence even when results aren't immediately apparent. It encourages us to look beyond the surface, to probe deeper, whether it's in a complex work project, a personal challenge, or even trying to understand a difficult situation or person. And success teaches us the value of that extra effort, that one more look, that moment of refusing to concede defeat. It also underscores the power of a beginner's mind. Anne isn't a trained detective, but her fresh perspective, unburdened by preconceived notions or professional protocols, allows her to see things that a more experienced but perhaps jaded investigator might overlook. It's about approaching problems with curiosity and a belief that a solution, however hidden, does exist. As Anne secures her discovery, carefully returning everything to its original state to avoid detection, she makes her swift, silent exit from the cabin, her heart still pounding, but now with a mix of relief and exhilaration. She hasn't just found a clue, she's found confirmation, validation, and a renewed sense of purpose. The pieces of the puzzle are slowly, painstakingly, beginning to fit together, thanks to her courage and quick thinking. To summarize, Chapter 10 of The Man in the Brown Suit is a thrilling journey into the mind of an amateur detective driven by an unyielding desire for truth. We've explored the intense, almost paralyzing fear and experiences as she undertakes her clandestine search, recognizing its psychological impact on both character and audience, and drawing parallels to our own experiences with high-stakes situations. We've then celebrated with her the triumphant discovery of a hit. Chapter 11, The Midnight Attack. Welcome back, dear listener, to our ongoing journey through the thrilling pages of Agatha Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. As we delve into Chapter 11, titled The Midnight Attack, prepare yourselves for a profound shift in atmosphere, a sudden plunge into the chilling reality of Anne Bedingfeld's perilous quest. Up until now, Anne has experienced intrigue, witnessed murder, and navigated a labyrinth of clues, but largely from a position of observation or calculated risk. That is all about to change, dramatically and terrifyingly. Our core concept for this chapter, the very heart of its pulse-pounding narrative, is nothing less than a terrifying, life-threatening attempt on Anne's life, executed under the shroud of absolute darkness. Imagine, if you will, the serene quiet of a sleeping house, the comforting blackness of a bedroom that suddenly transforms into an arena of desperate struggle. It's no longer about deciphering cryptic messages or chasing elusive figures from afar, it's about raw survival, a primal fight for the very breath in her lungs against an unseen, malevolent force. Has Anne finally stumbled too close to the truth, or perhaps, just become an inconvenient loose end in a far grander, More sinister design? The answer, at this terrifying moment, is secondary to the immediate, visceral need to simply live through the next few agonizing seconds. To truly grasp the impact of such a moment in storytelling, consider real-world examples that evoke similar gut-wrenching suspense. Think of the classic Hitchcockian scenario where an innocent protagonist finds themselves targeted by an unknown assailant in a seemingly safe environment. Perhaps a character like Cary Grant in North by Northwest, chased across Mount Rushmore, or even more apt, Audrey Hepburn's blind character in Wait Until Dark, cornered in her own apartment by ruthless criminals. In these narratives, the terror isn't just external, it's deeply internalized, a violation of personal sanctuary. The suddenness of the attack, the inability to discern the attacker's identity, and the inherent vulnerability of the protagonist all conspire to create a feeling of profound helplessness that resonates deeply with audiences, pulling them to the very edge of their seats. From a psychological perspective, this terrifying ambush is profoundly impactful because it taps into our deepest, most ancient fears. It's the fear of the unknown, magnified by the vulnerability of sleep, the disorienting nature of darkness, and the fundamental instinct for self-preservation. When Anne is violently roused from her slumber, her mind hasn't had time to process or rationalize. Instead, her body's fight-or-flight response is instantly, brutally triggered. This moment strips away all pretense, all intellectual detective work, and reduces her experience to a primal struggle for existence. It highlights how quickly our sense of safety can be shattered, and how the human spirit, even when unprepared, can summon extraordinary reserves of courage and tenacity in the face of imminent demise. It is a stark reminder of the thin veil between peace and peril. So, what can we, as listeners, glean from Anne's harrowing experience in this critical moment? The practical application steps, even in a fictional narrative, involve an appreciation for situational awareness and the power of immediate, instinctive response. Firstly, it underscores the importance of trusting your instincts, those often subtle internal alarms that whisper of unease even before tangible threats materialize. Anne's previous encounters, her persistent feeling of being watched, might have been dismissed by a less intrepid soul, but for her, they fueled a subconscious readiness. Secondly, it teaches us about improvisation under extreme pressure. When faced with an overwhelming threat, the ability to react without a pre-planned strategy, to use whatever meager resources are at hand, be it a desperate kick, a flailing arm, or a sudden lurch, can be the difference between surrender and survival. It's a powerful lesson in resilience, reminding us that even in our most vulnerable moments, our will to survive can unlock unexpected strengths. Now, let us delve into the detailed explanation of these key points, simulating the panic and chaotic struggle that Anne endures. Imagine her situation, alone in a country house, far from the bustling streets of London, in a room plunged into an inky, impenetrable darkness. Her mind, perhaps still hazy from sleep, is violently jolted awake, not by an alarm, but by an encroaching, suffocating menace. Our first key point focuses on the rapid, breathless narration designed to simulate panic, capturing the raw, unadulterated terror of the moment. We are not just recounting events, we are reliving Anne's frantic, desperate struggle for survival. As Anne lies in her bed, drifting through the vestiges of sleep, a subtle shift in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, might have been her first alert. But before her conscious mind can fully register the anomaly, a crushing weight descends upon her. She's awake now, but it's an awakening into a nightmare. Her breath catches, held captive in her throat as hands, strong and insistent, find their mark around her neck. This isn't a dream, it's terrifyingly real. The darkness, which moments before was a comforting blanket, transforms into an adversary, a suffocating shroud that hides her attacker. She can't see, she can only feel, the relentless pressure, the burning in her lungs, the desperate, unbidden urge to break free. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a frantic drum beat against the silence of the night, echoing the rising panic within her. Every muscle strains, every fiber of her being screams against the injustice, the brutality of this silent assault. To convey this breathless, escalating panic in storytelling, authors often employ short, staccato sentences, fragments of thought, and a rapid succession of sensory details. Think of a scene from a thriller where the protagonist is being chased through a dense, unfamiliar forest at night. The narration might describe branches tearing, footfalls pounding, heart hammering. No light. Just shadows. Breathe. Run. Again. Each phrase is a punch, mimicking the character's ragged breathing and fragmented awareness. The focus shifts from broad descriptions to intense, immediate sensations, the scrape of bark, the chill of the air, the desperate gasp for air. It doesn't allow the reader or listener to settle, mirroring the character's inability to find calm amidst chaos. This technique creates a vicarious experience, pulling the audience directly into the character's terror, making them feel the urgency and the impending doom. Psychologically, this breathless narration matters immensely because it bypasses rational thought and speaks directly to our limbic system, the part of the brain responsible for emotions, memory, and survival instincts. When the narrative tempo quickens, when sentences become shorter and more visceral, it triggers a physiological response in the listener, mirroring the character's own distress. From Anne's experience in this chaotic, near-fatal encounter, we can derive several practical application steps for ourselves. Firstly, never underestimate the power of unexpected resistance. An attacker often relies on surprise and the victim's assumed compliance or terror. A sudden, uncoordinated, and aggressive fight back, even if seemingly ineffective, can disrupt their plan, throw them off balance, or even make them reconsider. Secondly, utilize your environment. While Anne was in darkness, she used the bed, her own body, and whatever she could feel to push and create distance. This emphasizes thinking creatively under pressure about how your surroundings, however mundane, might offer a momentary advantage. Thirdly, accept that in such moments, perfect action is not required. Any action aimed at survival is valuable. It's not about being a trained fighter, but about refusing to become a passive victim, about drawing upon every last ounce of your resolve to simply continue the fight. Then, there's the sudden, unexpected reprieve, the moment Anne finds herself released. Perhaps her attacker, thrown off balance by her desperate flailing, loses their grip. Or a faint noise from elsewhere in the house, a creak on the stairs, a distant rustle, might have startled the assailant, making them think twice about lingering. Whatever the cause, the pressure on her throat suddenly eases. Anne gasps, a ragged, painful intake of air that feels like shards of glass in her lungs. She falls back onto the bed, coughing, choking, her body racked with tremors. The attacker is gone, vanished as silently as they appeared, leaving her alone in the oppressive darkness, now laced with the phantom presence of menace. Her heart continues to pound, a frantic drum against the silence, a stark reminder of how close she came to the precipice of death. Consider a real-world storytelling example of such a sudden reprieve. Imagine a character trapped in a burning building, desperately trying to find an exit. Just when they feel overwhelmed by smoke and heat, a gust of wind suddenly clears a path, or a distant siren signals the arrival of help, momentarily breaking the suffocating hold of the immediate danger. The immediate aftermath isn't one of calm relief, but rather a shaky, hyper-aware state where the body is still responding to the adrenaline rush, even though the immediate threat has passed. The character might stumble out, coughing and disoriented, still processing the near-fatal experience, their mind replaying the terror even as they are physically safe. This sudden shift from acute danger to an immediate, though still precarious, safety is a powerful narrative tool, emphasizing the fragility of life and the often random nature of survival. From a psychological perspective, this abrupt cessation of the attack and Anne's subsequent reprieve is critical because it forces a rapid transition from extreme physiological arousal back towards a semblance of safety, albeit a traumatized one. Her body is still flooded with adrenaline, her sympathetic nervous system in overdrive, which explains the tremors, the rapid heartbeat, and the difficulty in processing what just happened. This is the beginning of the come down, where the immediate danger is gone, but the nervous system is still preparing for it. It's a moment of profound shock and disorientation, where the brain tries to catch up with the body's experience. It also initiates the process of trauma, where the memory of the event becomes deeply ingrained, often leading to lingering anxiety and hypervigilance. The mind tries to make sense of the senseless, to rationalize an irrational act, and to re-establish a sense of control that has been violently ripped away. For us, the listeners, the practical application steps drawn from Anne's experience in the immediate aftermath of such a terrifying event center on processing and recovery. Firstly, acknowledge the physical and emotional toll. Anne's shaking, her gasping, her sheer exhaustion, are all natural responses to trauma. It teaches us that Chapter 12, Suzanne Blair's Secret. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 12, titled Suzanne Blair's Secret, a pivotal moment in our thrilling journey through Agatha Christie's The Man in the Brown Suit. Up until this point, our intrepid heroine, Anne Bedingfeld, has been navigating a labyrinth of suspicion and danger, encountering characters whose motives are as shrouded as the London fog itself. But in this chapter, we witness a dramatic shift, a crucial turning point that not only propels the narrative forward but also delves into the complex nature of human alliances. Our core concept for today, the very heartbeat of this chapter, is the formation of an unexpected yet absolutely necessary alliance between two women. Think about that for a moment. What does it take for two individuals, who might initially view each other with suspicion or even hostility, to suddenly find common ground and unite against a greater threat? In a story brimming with deception and hidden agendas, this moment represents a fragile but powerful bond forged in the fires of shared peril. Anne Bedingfeld, our amateur detective, has been relentlessly pursuing clues, often putting herself in harm's way, while Suzanne Blair has lingered on the periphery, a figure of elegant mystery, seemingly entangled with the very criminals Anne is trying to expose. Suzanne, with her undeniable charm and her shadowy connections, has been an enigma. Is she a willing accomplice? A victim? A manipulator in her own right? This chapter strips away some of those layers, revealing a woman caught in a terrifying web, desperate for an escape, and, crucially, possessing information that Anne desperately needs. The alliance isn't born of friendship, not initially anyway, but out of a stark, undeniable necessity. Suzanne recognizes that her continued association with the colonel or peddler is a death sentence, and Anne, despite her amateur status, represents the only viable path to safety, or at least, to exposing the truth. Similarly, Anne understands that without Suzanne's insider knowledge, her investigation will hit an insurmountable wall. It's a classic enemy of my enemy is my friend scenario, but imbued with a very human layer of fear and vulnerability. Both women are, in their own ways, alone against a formidable, ruthless adversary, and this shared vulnerability creates an unexpected bridge between them. It's a testament to the idea that sometimes, the most unlikely partners emerge when stakes are at their highest. Now, let's dive deeper into the key points that illuminate this profound shift, starting with the nuanced portrayal of Suzanne Blair's shifting loyalties. Imagine, if you will, the delicate dance of allegiance. Suzanne has, for some time, been operating under the shadow of the colonel, a man of immense power and cunning. Her loyalty, if it can even be called that, might have been born out of fear, or perhaps a complex mixture of manipulation and a misguided sense of obligation or even a twisted affection. She's been a part of his world, privy to his schemes, perhaps even an active participant. But as the story unfolds, and particularly in this chapter, we see cracks in that facade. Her loyalty doesn't just snap, it fractures and crumbles under the weight of betrayal and the very real threat to her own life. The Colonel has pushed her too far, demonstrated his ruthlessness in a way that transcends mere criminal enterprise and touches upon pure malevolence. Her shift is from complicity and fear-driven obedience to a desperate plea for self-preservation, fueled by a simmering resentment and a desire for retribution against the man who has used and discarded her. It's a beautiful example of how characters, even those seemingly on the wrong side, can be redeemed or, at the very least, realigned when their own survival is at stake. To give you a real-world storytelling example, consider Severus Snape from the Harry Potter series. For the vast majority of the books, his loyalties appear to lie with Voldemort and the Death Eaters. His actions are often cruel, his demeanor cold. Yet, beneath that hardened exterior, there's a deeply buried, steadfast loyalty to Dumbledore and a powerful love for Lily Potter, which ultimately guides his decisions and shapes his secret role as a double agent. His allegiance isn't simple, it's multifaceted, driven by grief, duty, and a long-held secret. Suzanne's shift isn't quite as elaborate as Snape's, but it shares that element of hidden depths and a sudden, necessary pivot when her established world collapses. She's not suddenly good, but she's suddenly desperate and willing to align with someone who offers a glimmer of hope. Psychologically, why does this matter so much? This portrayal of shifting loyalties speaks to the concept of cognitive dissonance. For a while, Suzanne might have rationalized her involvement with the Colonel, convincing herself that she was safe, that his actions weren't entirely evil, or that she had no choice. But as the danger escalates, and perhaps as Anne's direct, empathetic confrontation challenges her worldview, her ability to maintain that dissonance shatters. The reality of her peril becomes undeniable, and her mind seeks a new, more coherent narrative, one where her survival is paramount, even if it means betraying a former accomplice. Furthermore, it highlights the powerful motivators of fear and self-preservation. When faced with an existential threat, our most fundamental drives kick in. Loyalty, when it's based on fear or manipulation rather than genuine respect or shared values, is inherently fragile. It shows how the human psyche can adapt and reorient itself drastically when survival is on the line. Practically speaking, how might we apply this understanding to our own lives? It encourages us to look beyond initial appearances and labels. Someone who seems to be an antagonist might, in reality, be a victim, trapped in a situation they desperately wish to escape. It teaches us the importance of offering a safe exit or an alternative path when we encounter individuals who are unwilling participants in harmful situations. Instead of immediately condemning, can we identify the pressure points that might lead to a shift in their allegiance? Can we create an environment where they feel safe? And, perhaps most significantly, this chapter delivers a seismic revelation, a massive piece of the diamond puzzle that suddenly illuminates the entire conspiracy, providing Anne with the crucial information she needs to confront the true mastermind. The stakes have never been higher, the path never clearer, and the danger, never more immediate. As we move forward, this alliance and the explosive new information it brings will undoubtedly plunge Anne deeper into the heart of the conspiracy, forcing her to confront dangers far greater than she could have ever imagined. The game is truly afoot, and our heroine is now armed with the knowledge to play it, albeit against a formidable and ruthless opponent. Chapter 13, Arrival at Cape Town. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we journey further into the intriguing world of the man in the brown suit. Our last chapter left us on the cusp of a major transformation, a geographical and narrative leap. Now, with the shimmering expanse of the Atlantic behind us, we prepare for a momentous occasion, the arrival at Cape Town, a moment that epitomizes the very essence of our core concept for today, disembarking into a beautiful but dangerous new landscape. This isn't just about Anne Bedingfeld stepping off a ship, it's about her stepping into a world that, on the surface, is breathtakingly alluring, yet beneath that veneer of beauty, lurks a palpable sense of menace and intrigue. Think for a moment about the classic hero's journey. Isn't there always that pivotal moment when the familiar comforts of home are left behind, and the protagonist ventures into the unknown? This chapter is precisely that for Anne. She has traveled across oceans, chasing a fleeting clue, fueled by a mixture of curiosity, a thirst for adventure, and a burgeoning sense of justice. And now, she's arrived at a place that promises both stunning vistas and the heightened stakes of her perilous quest. The beauty of Cape Town, with its majestic Table Mountain looming overhead, its vibrant port alive with activity, and its unique cultural tapestry, acts as a stunning, almost deceptive, backdrop to the increasingly intricate web of danger that Agatha Christie so masterfully weaves around our intrepid heroine. It's this captivating juxtaposition, this tantalizing blend of splendor and peril, that makes this chapter so compelling, drawing us deeper into the narrative and reminding us that appearances can often be deceiving, especially when mystery is afoot. Now, let's delve into our first key point, which focuses on the crucial need to shift the narrative tone to convey both exotic wonder and immense scale. As Anne's ship finally draws near to the South African coast, the storytelling must transition from the enclosed, somewhat monotonous world of the ocean liner to the vast, breathtaking spectacle of a new continent. How does a storyteller achieve this successfully? It's about more than just stating a change of location, it's about invoking a sense of awe, a feeling of vastness that dwarfs human concerns, even as those concerns become more urgent. We need to feel the immensity of the journey completed and the sprawling grandeur of the land ahead. Think of it like a camera lens pulling back slowly, revealing more and more of an epic landscape. For a real-world storytelling example, consider the opening scenes of Lawrence of Arabia. When Lawrence first arrives in the desert, the camera doesn't just show him there, it sweeps across the endless dunes, uses wide shots that make the human figures tiny against the monumental backdrop, and employs music that evokes a sense of both ancient mystery and boundless space. The narrative voice, whether through dialogue or subtle visual cues, emphasizes the profound otherness and grandeur of the environment. Or imagine a nature documentary unveiling a newly discovered biome. The narrator's voice softens, almost hushed with reverence, describing the unique flora and fauna, the light, the very air, as if it's a sacred space never before witnessed by human eyes. This isn't just a place, it's an experience, a shift in perception. Psychologically, why does this matter so profoundly for the listener? This tonal shift isn't merely stylistic, it's deeply empathetic. It mirrors the protagonist's own emotional journey, the wonder, the slight apprehension, the sheer novelty of arriving at such a significant destination. When the storyteller successfully conveys this sense of exotic wonder and scale, it triggers a primal human response, awe. Awe connects us to something larger than ourselves, it broadens our perspective and makes us feel a part of something grander. It creates an emotional resonance that transcends simple plot points, making the listener feel as if they, too, are embarking on this grand adventure alongside N. This mental construction creates a strong sense of presence, making the story feel more immediate and real. Furthermore, when the setting is described with such vitality, it doesn't just act as a backdrop, it becomes an active participant in the story. The beauty of Cape Town can heighten Anne's sense of vulnerability against the backdrop of an unfamiliar, potentially dangerous city. The vibrancy can emphasize the contrast with the dark corners where sinister plots might unfold. It establishes a credible world where the extraordinary events of the plot can unfold believably. It makes the danger more potent because it's juxtaposed against such captivating splendor, making us worry for Anne in this stunning yet potentially hostile environment. It creates a powerful emotional hook, drawing us into Anne's experience as she navigates this compelling new reality. Practically speaking, how can we, as listeners, truly benefit from recognizing these descriptive techniques, and how can aspiring storytellers utilize them effectively? As a listener, train your ear to pick up on the sensory details, the adjectives, the verbs, the metaphors. Are you being told what Anne sees, or are you being shown through evocative descriptions that trigger your own imagination? Close your eyes for a moment and try to build the scene in your mind based purely on the narrator's words. Can you picture Table Mountain, not just as a mountain, but as a specific, iconic geological feature? Can you almost taste the sea air? For a writer, this means embracing the show, don't tell principle with zeal. Instead of saying Cape Town was busy, describe the ceaseless hum of 1,000 conversations, the sharp whistle of a steam engine, the rhythmic thud of crates on the quay, and the exotic aroma of ripening fruit mingling with diesel fumes. Use all 5 senses, and don't be afraid to add unusual details that make the location unique. Research the specific flora, fauna, architecture, and even the quality of light unique to your chosen setting. These specific details are the brush strokes that transform a flat canvas into a three-dimensional world, inviting the listener to step inside and explore it alongside your characters. This deliberate attention to atmosphere and vivid environmental detail is what truly sets a memorable story apart, allowing the setting itself to become an indelible part of the narrative's fabric. In summary, as Anne Bedingfeld steps onto the bustling docks of Cape Town, we are witnessing a crucial turning point in her adventure. This arrival is masterfully crafted to resonate deeply within us, not just as a physical transition, but as a profound shift in tone and sensory experience. The storyteller, through a deliberate change in narrative voice and an abundance of vivid descriptions, transforms a mere geographical location into a living, breathing entity that encapsulates both breathtaking wonder and an underlying current of danger. We are invited to marvel at the immense scale of this new land while simultaneously being drawn into its intricate beauty, a beauty that, ironically, serves to highlight the growing peril that awaits our tenacious heroine. This careful crafting of setting is what truly immerses us, making us feel every bit of Anne's excitement and apprehension as she takes her first steps into this beautiful, yet undeniably dangerous, new landscape. As Anne prepares to navigate the labyrinthine streets and the complex social strata of Cape Town, what new clues will she uncover? What unexpected alliances or treacherous adversaries will she encounter in this vibrant, enigmatic city? And how will the very essence of this exotic locale shape her pursuit of the truth, leading her ever closer to the man in the brown suit? Join us next time as we delve further into the unfolding mystery and the deepening intrigue of Agatha Christie's captivating narrative. Chapter 14, The Train Journey North. Welcome, dear listeners, as we delve into the heart of Agatha Christie's enthralling narrative with Chapter 14, titled The Train Journey North. This particular segment of Anne Bedingfeld's audacious adventure transports us, quite literally, deeper into treacherous territory, heading north toward the enigmatic lands of Rhodesia. It is a pivotal moment, a transition from the relative familiarity of the more settled regions to the wild, untamed expanse of the African interior, where the stakes are undeniably higher and the shadows of danger lengthen with every mile traversed. Anne, our intrepid protagonist, is no longer merely a curious observer, but an active participant, a seeker of truth propelled by an unyielding spirit and a growing sense of urgency. Her journey by train isn't just a physical movement across a map, it is a profound psychological progression, an odyssey into the unknown, chasing the elusive threads of a complex mystery that has already claimed lives. This move north, into Rhodesia, signifies her unwavering commitment, her refusal to be deterred, and her bold step into what promises to be a landscape as unforgiving as the machinations of the criminals she pursues. She's leaving behind the comfort of established society, venturing into a frontier where rules might be different, and where allies could be scarce and enemies lurk in unexpected corners. Do you ever find yourself drawn to such journeys, not just physical ones, but voyages of the mind or spirit, into territories less charted, perhaps even a little intimidating? It's a quintessential human experience, isn't it? This pull towards the horizon, towards understanding what lies beyond. Our exploration of this chapter will focus on two key elements that fundamentally shape Anne's experience and our perception as listeners. Firstly, we'll immerse ourselves in mimicking the rhythmic, steady pacing of a moving train, allowing its relentless motion to underpin our narrative journey. Secondly, we will meticulously build heavy anticipation for the upcoming destination, for Rhodesia itself, a place cloaked in both mystery and the promise of revelation. Let's begin with the mesmerizing rhythm of the train. Imagine yourself there, seated opposite Anne, the world outside a blur of changing scenery. The train, a colossal beast of iron and steam, maintains a consistent, almost hypnotic cadence. It's the constant, reassuring yet inexorable clackety-clack, clackety-clack of the wheels gliding over the joins in the rails, a sound that becomes the very heartbeat of the journey. This isn't a frantic rush, it's a steady, determined progression, each thrum and sway of the carriage pulling Anne, and by extension, us, further into the heart of the continent. The air inside the compartment might be warm, slightly dusty, carrying the faint scent of coal smoke and distant veldt. The rhythmic rocking creates a particular headspace, doesn't it? A space where thoughts can drift, where the mind can wander, yet also focus with an almost meditative clarity. Anne, no doubt, uses this time to sift through the clues she has gathered, to reevaluate encounters, and to steel herself for what lies ahead. This pervasive rhythm acts as a backdrop to her internal monologue, a constant reminder of her forward momentum. Consider a real-world parallel. Think of a very long car journey you might have taken, perhaps across vast stretches of countryside. There's a certain point where the hum of the engine, the consistent rush of the wind, the repeating pattern of power lines or fence posts flashing past, all merge into a singular, ambient drone. It's not just noise, it's a sensory blanket that allows the mind to truly engage with itself. You might find yourself reflecting on profound questions, replaying conversations, or planning future endeavors with an unusual sense of peace, even as you hurtle down the highway. The physical act of movement, when it's steady and uninterrupted, creates a unique temporal zone, a kind of bubble where external distractions recede, and internal procession. It provides a grounding force, allowing Anne to organize her thoughts and fortify her resolve without the jarring disruptions of immediate dangers. Yet, paradoxically, this very steadiness also builds a subtle tension. Each beat of the wheels brings her closer to the heart of the mystery, closer to potential peril. It's the relentless ticking of a clock, a countdown to revelation or confrontation. The subconscious mind understands that steady progress is, in itself, a form of inexorable advance toward an outcome, and that outcome, in a mystery novel, is rarely without its share of excitement or danger. It engages our sustained attention, drawing us deeper into Anne's contemplative state and making her eventual arrival feel earned, significant. So, how might we apply this practically? Next time you find yourself on a long journey, whether by car, bus, or even just a prolonged walk, try to attune yourself to the underlying rhythm of that movement. Instead of reaching for your phone or external distractions, allow the repetitive sounds and sensations to guide your thoughts. Can you use that rhythm to organize your own mental landscape? To review your day, to plan a project, or simply to engage in a moment of mindful introspection? It's about harnessing the power of steady progression, recognizing that even in moments of apparent inaction, the world, and our place within it, continue to move forward with a persistent, unfolding rhythm. This awareness can transform a mundane commute into a powerful space for reflection and mental preparation, mirroring Anne's quiet but profound internal work on her journey north. Now, let's turn our attention to the second crucial element, building heavy anticipation for the upcoming destination, for Rhodesia itself. As the train grinds onward, the landscape outside the window shifts dramatically. The more cultivated lands give way to vast, untamed bush veldt, stretching endlessly under a brilliant, often searing African sun. The air feels different, hotter, perhaps drier, carrying the scent of exotic vegetation and the dust of ancient earth. And, peering out, would notice the increasing remoteness, the sparse settlements, the wild beauty that simultaneously beckons and hints at danger. Rhodesia, in the context of the story, is not merely a geographical location, it is the ultimate objective, the nexus where all the disparate threads of the conspiracy are meant to converge. It represents both the culmination of her pursuit and the point of greatest potential peril. Every station they pass, every brief stop where new faces board and old ones depart, intensifies this feeling of nearing something momentous. Her heart would beat a little faster, a thrill of apprehension mixed with the exhilaration of the chase. To provide a real-world storytelling example, think of the classic narrative trope of the journey to a mystical or dangerous land in folklore or fantasy. Consider Frodo's slow, arduous trek towards Mordor in The Lord of the Rings. Each step, each battle, each new landscape traversed by the Fellowship is meticulously designed to build the crushing weight of their destination. Mordor isn't just a place on a map, it's a concept, a terrifying eventuality. The story doesn't rush to get there, it savors the journey, letting the threat of Mordor loom larger and larger with every chapter, coloring every interaction and decision. We see the environment change, reflecting the growing darkness, and we feel the characters' dread and determination deepen, all pointing towards that final, inevitable confrontation. The journey itself becomes an integral part of the destination's impact, shaping our understanding of its significance. Psychologically, building anticipation is one of the most potent tools in a storyteller's arsenal because it directly engages our innate curiosity and our desire for resolution. Humans are pattern-seeking, problem-solving creatures, we crave answers and closure. When a destination is presented as significant, yet shrouded in mystery and potential danger, our minds instinctive. Chapter 15, Kidnapped. Welcome back, dear listeners, to another thrilling installment in our journey through the intricate world of The Man in the Brown Suit. Today, we delve into a chapter that shatters any lingering sense of security, pulling our intrepid protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, into the abyss of danger. We are about to explore Chapter 15, Kidnapped, a title that immediately sends a shiver down the spine, doesn't it? This particular moment in the narrative is a masterclass in escalating tension and turning the tables on our heroine, transforming her from an active investigator into a vulnerable victim, yet one whose spirit remains unbowed. Our core concept for today's deep dive revolves around the abrupt and terrifying event of Anne being ambushed and subsequently taken by unknown assailants. Imagine, if you will, the sudden, violent disruption of normalcy. Anne, having pursued clues and navigated treacherous social landscapes, suddenly finds herself utterly stripped of control. This isn't just a physical capture, it's a psychological assault, a moment where her world is quite literally turned upside down. The narrative plunges her into a state of profound vulnerability, highlighting the precarious nature of her quest and the ruthless determination of her adversaries. This ambush isn't merely a plot device, it's a visceral experience designed to immerse us in Anne's immediate terror and confusion, forcing us to grapple with the stark reality of her peril. How does one react when freedom is snatched away in the blink of an eye, when the familiar world dissolves into a nightmare of unknown faces and sinister motives? It's a question that resonates deeply within the human psyche, stirring primal fears of helplessness and the loss of agency. Now, let's explore two key points crucial to understanding the power of this chapter. The first, and perhaps most immediate, is the art of delivering a sudden shock to jolt the listener. Think about the careful build-up that often precedes such a moment in storytelling. We might have a period of relative calm, a protagonist going about their business, perhaps even feeling a momentary sense of achievement or safety. Then, without warning, the world erupts. In our narrative, Anne has just been through a whirlwind of deduction and dangerous encounters, yet she is caught off guard. This suddenness is paramount. It's not a slow descent into danger, but an instant plunge. Consider a real-world storytelling example to truly grasp this impact. Have you ever watched a suspense film where the protagonist is walking through a seemingly innocuous alleyway, perhaps humming a tune, only for a hand to suddenly clap over their mouth, dragging them into the shadows? Or perhaps a car suddenly swerves, blocking their path, and masked figures emerge? Think of the iconic opening sequence of North by Northwest, where Roger Thornhill is mistakenly identified, and his life spirals out of control in an instant. There's no lengthy warning, no drawn-out tension building to the specific moment of capture, it just happens. The mundane turns terrifying without preamble. From a psychological perspective, this sudden shock matters immensely because it bypasses our rational defenses and strikes directly at our emotional core. It simulates the fight or flight response, eliciting a visceral reaction of alarm and anxiety in the listener, mirroring the character's own panic. This unexpected jolt prevents predictability, keeping the audience on edge and deeply invested. It makes the threat feel authentic and immediate, enhancing empathy for the character's plight. When we are shocked, our brains scramble to make sense of the new, dangerous reality, mirroring Anne's own disoriented struggle. It's a powerful narrative tool that ensures engagement, forcing us to actively participate in the unfolding drama rather than passively observing it. It asks us, implicitly, what would you do? Practically applying this, as storytellers or simply as engaged readers, involves several steps. Firstly, notice how the narrative establishes a rhythm of normalcy or a false sense of security right before the ambush. This contrast magnifies the shock. Secondly, pay attention to the sensory details used in the moment of attack, the sudden grab, the stifling hand, the smell of chloroform, the sound of a muffled thud, the jarring motion. These details ground the experience in reality. Thirdly, observe the protagonist's immediate, visceral reaction, not just their thoughts, but their gasps, their struggles, the sudden weakness in their limbs. These physical manifestations of terror communicate the gravity of the situation far more effectively than any abstract description. We are meant to feel the impact alongside Anne, experiencing her sudden loss of control. Our second key point focuses on the harrowing experience of captivity itself, describing the dark claustrophobia and the creeping despair of being held prisoner. Once the initial shock subsides, a new, insidious terror takes root. It's the terror of confinement, of the unknown, and of utter powerlessness. Anne is no longer just ambushed, she is trapped. Let's look to another powerful storytelling example, Room by Emma Donoghue. While the circumstances are different, the novel masterfully conveys the suffocating reality of a confined space, the monotony, the fear, and the mental gymnastics required to survive. The small, enclosed area becomes a character in itself, pressing in on the captive, amplifying their vulnerability. We feel the weight of the walls, the limited light, the absence of fresh air, and the constant awareness of being at someone else's mercy. In films, think of the chilling sequence in The Silence of the Lambs where Catherine Martin is trapped in Buffalo Bill's well-like pit, screaming for help that never comes, the darkness and the confined space amplifying her terror. It's not just physics. Chapter 16, Escape from the Gorge. Welcome, dear listeners, to another thrilling installment of our journey through Agatha Christie's classic tale, The Man in the Brown Suit. As we open Chapter 16, we find ourselves on the precipice of a truly pivotal moment, a scene that embodies the very essence of human resilience and the indomitable spirit of our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld. We are about to witness her desperate, daring, and profoundly physically exhausting breakout from the clutches of her kidnappers. It is a moment where the stakes could not be higher, where the silence of the remote gorge is shattered by the raw struggle for freedom, and where Anne's very life hangs in the balance. Imagine, if you will, the oppressive atmosphere of her captivity. The cold, unyielding rock walls of the gorge, a natural prison designed to dishearten even the most courageous soul. Anne, bruised and weary, yet with a flicker of defiant fire still burning within her, has been held against her will, privy to secrets far too dangerous for her captors to allow her to share. But in this seemingly hopeless situation, a window, however small, inevitably opens. It might be a lapse in vigilance from her guards, a moment of their distraction, or perhaps Anne's own keen observation skills pinpointing a weakness in their seemingly impenetrable setup. Whatever the catalyst, the decision is made in a split second: she must escape, or all is lost. This isn't a leisurely stroll, nor a clever ruse carried out with calm precision. No, this is a primal, visceral fight for survival. To truly appreciate the intensity of this moment, we must delve deeply into two critical aspects. First, the sheer physical exertion that defines every agonizing inch of her escape, and second, the unwavering power of Anne's willpower and resourcefulness that propels her forward against all odds. Let us first consider the relentless physical toll of this breakout. Picture Anne, heart pounding like a drum against her ribs, every muscle screaming in protest as she begins her desperate ascent or scramble. Narrator should convey a slightly strained, hushed tone here, almost as if catching breath. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, each inhale a painful rasp in her throat, each exhale a desperate plea for strength. Her hands, already raw from previous struggles, claw at the rough, unforgiving rock face, seeking purchase, any tiny crevice or jutting stone that might offer a momentary hold. We hear, in our minds, the frantic scraping of her shoes against the gravelly slope, the desperate thud as she missteps, only to catch herself at the last possible second, a gasp escaping her lips. Her knees are undoubtedly scraped and bleeding, her clothing torn, snagged on sharp edges, yet she pushes onward, ignoring the searing pain that radiates through her limbs. Her lungs burn with a fiery intensity, demanding more oxygen than her exhausted body can supply, a constant, agonizing reminder of the immense strain she is under. Each movement is deliberate, yet propelled by a panicked urgency, a desperate race against the clock, knowing that discovery means an end to her hopes, perhaps an end to her life. To provide a real-world parallel to this kind of profound physical exertion, one might think of an elite marathon runner in the final grueling miles of a race. Every fiber of their being aches, their vision blurs, their legs feel like lead, yet they summon a hidden reserve of strength, driven by the desire to cross the finish line. Or consider a mountain climber, high on an exposed rock face, muscles trembling with fatigue, their fingers numb from the cold, but their gaze fixed on the summit, inching upward with a terrifying grace. The physical discomfort in these scenarios is immense, but the mental resolve to push beyond it is what truly defines the experience. Psychologically, why does emphasizing such intense physical exertion matter so deeply in our storytelling? It grounds Anne's ordeal in a tangible reality. It makes her struggle profoundly relatable, even if we ourselves have never been kidnapped or scaled a gorge. We understand pain, we understand fatigue, and by experiencing it through her, we build a powerful empathic connection. It elevates her eventual triumph, transforming it from a simple plot point into a hard-won victory forged in agony and sweat. This visceral depiction ensures that we, the listeners, are not mere observers, but are emotionally invested, feeling every strained muscle, every ragged breath alongside her. It amplifies the stakes, reminding us that freedom isn't just a concept, it's something earned with blood, sweat, and tears. How might we apply this understanding in our own lives, perhaps in less dramatic, everyday contexts? Consider those moments when you feel utterly drained, whether from a physically demanding task, an illness, or even sustained mental effort. The lesson from Anne's escape is not to romanticize suffering, but to recognize the profound strength that lies within us when we push past perceived limits. It's about understanding that our bodies are capable of far more than we often give them credit for, and that the discomfort we feel is often a signal, not to stop, but to dig deeper, to find that hidden reserve. Perhaps it's pushing through the last reps at the gym, or staying focused on a complex project even when your brain feels fried. These are micro-escapes, moments where we apply the same principle of physical and mental fortitude to achieve our personal goals. Now, let us turn our attention to the magnificent force of Anne's sheer will. Chapter 17, The Reunion. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 17, aptly titled The Reunion, a pivotal moment in our unfolding saga, The Man in the Brown Suit. As we delve into this particular segment, we shift from the often solitary, perilous journeys of our protagonists to a crucial convergence, a coming together of minds and shared purpose in the vibrant, historical city of Bulawayo. What does this truly signify in the grand tapestry of our mystery? It marks the transition from fragmented discovery to collective understanding, from isolated danger to the promise of collaborative strength. Our heroes, having endured their individual trials and gathered disparate pieces of a baffling puzzle, are now poised to pool their intelligence, to find solace in shared company, and to forge a united front against the shadowy forces they confront. Consider, if you will, the profound emotional resonance of such a moment. After weeks, perhaps months, of navigating treacherous paths, evading unseen enemies, and wrestling with profound uncertainty, to finally lay eyes upon an ally, a kindred spirit, someone who understands the weight of your burden and shares your commitment to truth, isn't that a feeling almost beyond words? The narration here must convey a palpable sense of relief, a deep exhalation of tension that has been held captive for far too long. Imagine our spirited heroine, Anne Bedingfeld, after her harrowing escapes and audacious pursuit, finally finding herself in the company of someone she can truly trust, someone who validates her experiences and shares her convictions. It is an emotional anchor, a moment where the relentless pressure momentarily eases, allowing for a clearer perspective to emerge. Think of those epic tales we cherish, where heroes, separated by circumstance and perilous quests, eventually find their way back to one another. Picture the moment in a grand adventure where the scattered members of a fellowship, having faced their own unique trials and tribulations, finally see each other across a crowded inn or on a windswept plain. There is that instant, that breath-catching realization, that a part of them, a part of their hope, has finally returned. Or perhaps, in a more contemporary thriller, when a lone operative, having infiltrated enemy lines and gathered vital intelligence, finally makes contact with their handler in a designated safe house. The relief isn't just about physical safety, it's a profound psychological release. This isn't merely a plot device, it is a fundamental human need being met. After enduring isolation, suspicion, and constant threat, the presence of a trusted ally offers a return to psychological safety, a reassurance that one is not alone in the fight. It allows the mind to shift from survival mode to strategic thinking, reducing the immense cognitive load that comes with solitary danger. For us, the listeners, this moment invites us to share in Anne's emotional journey. How would you feel, after facing so much uncertainty and danger alone, to finally see a friendly, knowing face? What weight would be lifted from your shoulders? This emotional beat prepares us for the next phase of the investigation, signaling that Anne now has the support and collective intelligence to move forward with renewed determination. And now, with that emotional foundation firmly established, we arrive at the practical heart of the reunion, the regrouping of our surviving characters and the critical pooling of their remaining clues. Who are these intrepid individuals gathering in Bulawayo? Most certainly, we have Anne Bedingfeld, our courageous and delightfully unconventional amateur sleuth, brimming with her first-hand accounts and the tangible evidence she has painstakingly collected. And, crucially, we have Harry Lucas, the mysterious and resourceful young man who has been pursuing his own leads, operating with his own unique brand of efficiency and discretion. There might also be others, perhaps a key informant or an unexpected ally like Sir Eustace Pedlar, whose true intentions and involvement are still. Chapter 18, Unraveling the Plot. Welcome back, dear listeners, to another riveting chapter in our journey through The Man in the Brown Suit. Today, we delve into the very heart of the mystery, a crucial turning point where seemingly unrelated threads begin to weave into a tapestry of deceit and ambition. Our focus for this chapter, Unraveling the Plot, lies in a single, profound realization: how the stolen diamonds, far from being an isolated act of theft, are inextricably linked to the mastermind's grand, overarching scheme. This isn't merely about greed for precious stones, it's about a meticulously crafted strategy where every piece, from a seemingly random death on the underground to the glittering gems themselves, serves a larger, more sinister purpose. How often, in life, do we encounter disparate events and fail to see the invisible strings connecting them? Let's begin by examining the initial disguise, the convenient assumption of a simple robbery. When the unfortunate young man in the brown suit was discovered in the London Underground, and later, when the diamonds were definitively connected to a theft, the most straightforward conclusion for the authorities was, understandably, a robbery gone wrong or a straightforward murder motivated by greed. The narrative of a killer fleeing with valuable gems provides a neat, easily digestible explanation. Think of a master magician's misdirection. Your gaze is firmly fixed on one hand, perhaps even convinced you've seen the trick, while the true feat is being accomplished by the other, hidden from view. In the realm of detective fiction, this is the classic red herring, a carefully placed clue designed to lead investigators down an attractive, yet ultimately false, path. Psychologically, this matters because human nature, perhaps surprisingly, often seeks the path of least resistance when it comes to understanding complex events. Our minds are prone to confirmation bias, a tendency to interpret new evidence as confirmation of existing beliefs or initial hypotheses. The cunning villain, the mastermind behind the curtains, exploits this cognitive shortcut, laying out a seemingly obvious trail that encourages us to stop looking once a plausible explanation presents itself. For us, as attentive listeners, the practical application is clear: always question the obvious. What if the most apparent explanation is precisely what someone wants you to believe? What if the surface truth is merely a facade? Cultivate a habit of looking for anomalies, for the tiny details that don't quite fit the neat, packaged picture presented to you. However, our protagonist, Anne Bedingfeld, despite her amateur status, possessed a remarkable intuition and a willingness to look beyond the immediate. She refused to accept the neat package presented by circumstances and the initial official inquiries. Her innate curiosity, her courageous decision to follow seemingly illogical leads all the way to South Africa, and her persistent pursuit of the truth, eventually led to the discovery of a second murder, that of the chauffeur. This event shattered the illusion of a simple robbery, hinting at a deeper, far more intricate conspiracy at play. Think of the legendary Sherlock Holmes, who often dismisses the initial, seemingly logical theories of Scotland Yard, understanding that true criminals are rarely as straightforward as they appear. Holmes seeks the impossible truth, the explanation that lies just beyond the realm of conventional thought, precisely because he knows cunning minds operate in unconventional ways. Psychologically, Anne's approach highlights the immense power of active observation and critical thinking, unburdened by professional bias. Her very amateurishness becomes an asset. She isn't confined by rigid investigative protocols or the expectations of her peers. She allows herself to genuinely wonder, to ask what if, rather than accepting what is. For us, the practical application is to embrace curiosity wholeheartedly. Do not be afraid to challenge established narratives or question figures of authority, not out of rebellion, but out of a genuine desire for truth. Sometimes, the most significant breakthroughs come from asking the questions no one else is asking, from connecting dots that, at first glance, seem too far apart to be related. As Anne delves deeper, the true nature of the diamonds begins to emerge. They are not merely treasure to be hoarded, but currency, a potent fuel for a much larger fire. The real value of these stolen gems isn't just their monetary worth, but their profound fungibility. They can be converted into untraceable funds with relative ease, used to finance complex operations that demand secrecy and significant capital, all without leaving a discernible paper trail. This crucial insight points away from mere. Chapter 19, The Mastermind Revealed. Welcome back, dear listeners, to our continued journey through the intriguing world of the man in the brown suit. We stand now at a pivotal moment, on the cusp of a revelation that will send shivers down your spine and profoundly alter your perception of everything that has transpired thus far. This is Chapter 19, The Mastermind Revealed, a moment where shadows recede, and the blinding light of truth finally illuminates the sinister architect of our story's intricate web of deceit. Our core concept for today, one that echoes with dramatic resonance, is the exposing of the shocking true identity of the infamous Colonel. Can you feel the tension building? For so long, this shadowy figure has loomed over the narrative, a name whispered with dread, a persona shrouded in mystery and danger. But what happens when the mask is finally ripped away? What does it truly mean for Anne Bedingfeld, for us, for the entire landscape of this meticulously crafted crime, when we finally learn the real person pulling the strings? It signifies the climax of a long-standing mystery, the moment when the scattered pieces of the puzzle click into place, forming a coherent, terrifying picture. Think for a moment about those electrifying cinematic or literary moments where a seemingly minor character, or even someone completely unexpected, is unmasked as the true villain. Recall the gasps in the theater when Kaiser Soze's true identity was revealed in The Usual Suspects, or the chilling realization in a classic Sherlock Holmes tale that Professor Moriarty, the Napoleon of crime, was hiding in plain sight. These are not mere plot points, they are narrative earthquakes that redefine every preceding event. The psychological impact of such a reveal is immense. It taps into our inherent human desire for resolution, for understanding the why behind the what. We crave the satisfaction of seeing justice served or, at the very least, seeing the face of the enemy. It plays on our deepest fears of betrayal and hidden malevolence, making us question our own judgment and the appearances presented to us. For you, the astute listener, understanding this deep-seated craving for revelation is crucial to appreciating the masterful storytelling at play. It allows you to anticipate the punch, to feel the emotional weight of Anne's discovery, and to fully grasp how this single moment reshapes the entire narrative, forcing a re-evaluation of every interaction, every suspicious glance, and every seemingly innocuous comment from characters we thought we knew. The practical application of such a moment within a story is to escalate the stakes exponentially. The enemy is no longer an abstract concept but a tangible, recognizable individual, making their defeat a much more personal and urgent quest. Now, let's delve deeper into the very act of delivering this monumental plot twist with maximum dramatic impact. The reveal isn't just about stating a name, it's about the culmination of careful foreshadowing, mounting suspicion, and often, a direct confrontation. In The Man in the Brown Suit, this unveiling is engineered to be as jarring as possible, coming perhaps at a moment of perceived safety or heightened vulnerability for our heroine, and the very air seems to thicken with the weight of the confession or the irrefutable evidence. Imagine the scene, the lighting, perhaps dim, casting long, sinister shadows, or conversely, a stark, unforgiving light that exposes every facet of the villain's true nature. The revelation isn't casually dropped, it is punctuated by a moment of profound silence, a breath held, a heartbeat skipped. Consider the literary examples, not just from Christie but from the broader spectrum of mystery writing, where the detective lays out their meticulous deductions, piece by agonizing piece, until the villain's carefully constructed facade crumbles, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. The psychological effect on the reader or listener is one of profound shock and perhaps even a chilling sense of dread. It's the unsettling realization that the monster was not lurking in the shadows, but was instead an intimate acquaintance, someone whose hand you might have shaken, whose polite smile you might have returned. This emotional whiplash intensifies the story's grip, creating a visceral experience that lingers long after the chapter ends. Chapter 20, The Final Confrontation. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we plunge headfirst into the very heart of the mystery, Chapter 20, The Final Confrontation. Have you ever felt that electrifying surge when all the disparate threads of a complex puzzle suddenly snap into place? That's precisely the sensation we're aiming for here, amplified by the sheer, unbridled intensity of a fight for survival. This isn't merely the culmination of a detective's work, it's a high-stakes battle where life and death hang in the balance, a raw, visceral struggle where the antagonist is cornered and the protagonist must make their final, desperate stand. The air crackles with unspoken threats and unyielding resolve, creating an explosive climax that will leave you absolutely breathless. To truly bring this pivotal chapter to life, we must master two crucial vocal techniques. First, we need to maintain high energy and loud volume for the moments of direct conflict, the sudden bursts of action, and the desperate cries for survival. How do we truly convey the sheer adrenaline of a physical struggle or a heated argument through sound alone? It's not just about shouting, it's about infusing every syllable with the raw force of impact. Consider those unforgettable movie scenes, perhaps a hero's desperate grapple atop a speeding train, where every grunt, every strained gasp, every shout of exertion is amplified, making your heart pound in sync with theirs. That's the level of immersion we strive for. Psychologically, this matters immensely because humans instinctively associate increased volume with heightened emotion, urgency, and perceived danger. A sudden loud sound triggers an arousal response in the listener, drawing them deeper into the immediate moment, making them feel the fight or flight response right alongside the characters. It signifies that something critical, something truly impactful, is happening right now, demanding their full, undivided attention. To achieve this, practice dynamically varying your vocal output. Don't just shout, think about the specific sounds of impact and struggle. Can your voice convey a sharp blow, a frantic whisper of defiance, or a desperate scream? Work on projecting from your diaphragm, allowing for powerful, sustained vocalization without straining your throat. Experiment with short, sharp bursts of sound interspersed with strained, guttural noises, painting a vivid soundscape of conflict. Secondly, and equally vital, is describing the tense standoff with absolute vocal conviction. But before the explosion, there's often that chilling, anticipatory silence, isn't there? That moment where eyes lock across a room, where the air itself seems to thicken with unspoken threats and imminent danger. Think of the classic Western standoff, two adversaries frozen in time, their hands poised, every muscle tensed, the only sound perhaps the distant whisper of the wind or the slow creak of floorboards under unseen pressure. Every breath becomes a monumental event. This isn't just quiet, it's a pregnant pause, brimming with unreleased energy. Psychologically, this builds unparalleled anticipation and suspense. Our brains are incredibly adept at detecting patterns and predicting outcomes, and when that outcome is deliberately delayed, especially when it involves significant danger, it creates a powerful cognitive and emotional engagement. The uncertainty compels the listener to lean in, to hold their breath, to mentally participate in the unfolding drama, desperately trying to guess what will happen next. This sustained tension is incredibly captivating. For you, the narrator, this translates into a slower, more deliberate pacing. Every word must be carefully articulated, imbued with gravity. Utilize pauses not just for breathing, but as deliberate dramatic tools, allowing the listener to absorb the tension. Lower your pitch slightly to convey seriousness and a sense of impending doom. Maintain an unwavering, steady tone that reflects the character's resolve or palpable fear. Focus on clear enunciation, letting each word hang in the air, carrying its full, weighty significance, preparing your audience for the inevitable eruption. In essence, these vocal choices transform a simple reading into an immersive experience. They are the brush strokes that paint the climax of a story, ensuring that the listener is not merely hearing about the final confrontation, but feeling every punch, every desperate gasp, and every nerve-wracking moment of a desperate fight for survival. When you harness both dynamic energy for conflict and unwavering conviction for tension, you transcend mere narration and truly embody the heart of the story. And speaking of embodiment, next, we'll explore how these principles prepare us for the surprising aftermath and the unraveling of long-held secrets. Chapter 21, Recovering the Loot. Welcome back, dear listener. In this chapter, Recovering the Loot, we finally delve into the profoundly satisfying resolution of a central mystery that has propelled our story forward, the securing of the stolen diamonds and ensuring justice is undeniably served. This isn't merely about finding lost items, it's about the restoration of order, the culmination of relentless pursuit, and the powerful sense of closure that follows. Our first vital point here is the much-needed relief of built-up tension, shifting into a calmer, more reflective tone. Have you ever felt that profound sigh of release after a long, nerve-wracking journey, where the immediate danger has passed, and you can finally catch your breath, allowing your shoulders to drop? That's precisely what this narrative moment offers us. Think of a classic film where, after an intense chase and a climactic confrontation, the camera slowly pulls back, the urgent music fades, replaced by a gentle, harmonious melody. Psychologically, after prolonged periods of suspense, our minds crave this decompression. It's a necessary unwinding, allowing us to process the preceding chaos and truly appreciate the quietude that now descends. This psychological release is crucial for sustained engagement and prevents emotional fatigue. For you, the listener, I invite you to consciously lean into this narrative pause, to feel the narrative's breath slow, and to internalize the newfound stability that this particular turning point brings to the story and to your own experience of it. Secondly, and equally important, this chapter provides us with immensely satisfying closure on the initial theft that began this entire enthralling adventure. It's the moment the puzzle pieces finally click into place, completing the picture. Consider a masterful detective novel where, after pages of intricate clues, red herrings, and misdirect ions, the detective triumphantly points to the hidden object, meticulously explaining how all the disparate elements connect, revealing the missing link. The aha moment, isn't it? Our brains are inherently wired for patterns and resolution. Open loops create cognitive dissonance and an unsettling feeling. Providing this comprehensive closure on the inciting incident doesn't just tie up loose ends, it brings a profound sense of order, justice, and completeness, validating the entire journey we've undertaken alongside our characters. It confirms that the struggle had purpose and meaning. As you listen, reflect on how this specific resolution impacts your understanding of the entire narrative arc. How does knowing the diamonds are recovered reframe earlier events or character motivations? Consider what specific elements contribute to your sense of a truly satisfying ending to a specific plot thread. So, as we move through this pivotal chapter, we revel in the quiet victory, the securing of what was lost, and the assurance that the scales of justice are beginning to balance, bringing a sense of rightness back into the world of our characters. What new challenges, or perhaps new revelations, will emerge from this profound moment of triumph and recovery? Chapter 22, A New Beginning. Welcome back, dear listener, as we embark on a deep dive into Chapter 22, aptly titled A New Beginning, from Agatha Christie's captivating novel, The Man in the Brown Suit. What an exhilarating ride it has been, wouldn't you agree? Our courageous heroine, Anne Bedingfeld, has navigated a veritable labyrinth of international intrigue, survived harrowing dangers, and unraveled a conspiracy that stretched from the quiet parks of London to the exotic shores of South Africa. This final chapter, truly, is Anne's ultimate reward, the magnificent culmination of her relentless pursuit of truth, the resolution of a complex mystery, and, perhaps most delightfully, the unexpected blossoming of love. Isn't it remarkable how often, in the grand tapestry of storytelling, the hero's arduous journey not only vanquishes evil but also leads to profound personal growth and the discovery of genuine connection? Let's unpack the masterful way Christie brings this tale to a close, focusing first on the crucial artistic choice to end this chapter, and indeed the entire novel, on a truly warm and unequivocally heartwarming note. After the relentless suspense, the cunning deceptions, and the very real threats to Anne's life, doesn't your heart, as a dedicated reader, yearn for a sense of peace, a comforting exhale, a moment of profound contentment? Consider the enduring appeal of classic detective fiction, from the intricate deductions of Sherlock Holmes to the village mysteries of Miss Marple. While the path to justice is often fraught with darkness and despair, the final moments almost always restore a sense of order and balance. Think of a scene where the detective, having exposed the villain, might return to the familiar comfort of their study, a fire crackling softly, perhaps a loyal friend by their side. It's not just about solving the crime, it's about the restoration of harmony, a quiet celebration of good triumphing over evil, leaving us with a gentle, lingering satisfaction. From a psychological standpoint, this kind of heartwarming resolution is far more than a mere narrative flourish, it's an essential emotional anchor. We, as observers of Anne's epic adventure, have invested deeply in her struggles, her anxieties, and her triumphs. We have empathized with her vulnerability and cheered for her resilience. To leave us without a satisfying, emotionally resonant conclusion would be to abandon our emotional investment, leaving a feeling of incompleteness or even dissatisfaction. It provides a vital catharsis, a release of accumulated tension and anticipation. It taps into our fundamental human desire for justice to prevail, for goodness to be rewarded, and for happiness to emerge from the crucible of conflict. It reinforces the comforting belief that perseverance is indeed worthwhile, and that even after the most tumultuous storms, there is always the promise of a peaceful shore. So, beyond the pages of this captivating novel, how might we practically apply this understanding to our own life narratives? Think about those significant challenges you've overcome: a demanding project completed, a difficult personal decision navigated, or even just surviving an exceptionally trying period. Do you consciously allow yourself to savor that moment of triumph, that quiet sense of accomplishment? Do you actively seek out and appreciate the warmth of resolution, the feeling of having successfully closed a chapter? It's about recognizing your own personal new beginnings and intentionally granting yourself the emotional closure and positive reinforcement you unequivocally deserve. It's an active step in self-care, a mindful acknowledgement of your own resilience and fortitude. Now, let's turn our attention to another equally vital and beautifully rendered thread in this concluding chapter, the tender finalization of the romantic subplot with Harry Rayburn. the enduring power of love blossoming amidst the chaos and ruins of a collapsed international conspiracy. Isn't it often true that the most profound and unbreakable connections are forged not in idyllic, placid settings, but rather in the crucible of shared adversity and mutual peril? Reflect on some of the most enduring romances in literary history, the steadfast devotion that develops between Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy in Pride and Prejudice, a relationship that blossomed from initial misunderstanding and significant societal pressures, or even the subtle yet incredibly powerful bonds formed between protagonists in classic adventure or espionage tales, where trust becomes an absolute, non-negotiable cornerstone. The challenges faced together, the dangers overcome side by side, create a depth of understanding and affection that perhaps couldn't have developed otherwise. Psychologically, the successful resolution of a romantic subplot touches upon some of our most fundamental human needs: the intrinsic desire for connection, for belonging, for unconditional acceptance, and for 7-day action plan, live like and Bedingfeld. Welcome back, dear listener, to a journey of transformation. In our last chapter, we delved deep into the extraordinary spirit of Anne Bedingfeld, the unassuming yet indomitable heroine of The Man in the Brown Suit. She was not a detective by profession, nor a woman of the world by upbringing, yet she possessed an innate curiosity, a formidable power of observation, and an astonishing wellspring of courage that allowed her to navigate a web of international intrigue. Now, as we draw inspiration from her remarkable escapades, we're going to translate her spirit into a tangible, actionable plan for your own life. This isn't about becoming a secret agent or uncovering vast criminal conspiracies, rather, it's about applying the very essence of Anne's character, her courage, her keen observation, and her willingness to step beyond the familiar, to your own everyday existence. It's about cultivating a mindset that transforms the mundane into the meaningful, finding the hidden narratives in your daily routine, and embracing a subtle, yet profound, sense of adventure in the ordinary. Are you ready to embark on your own 7-day challenge, to truly live like Anne Bedingfeld? Our first step, spanning day 1 and day 2 of your action plan, centers around the art of observation. Think back to Anne's initial encounter with the man in the brown suit at the underground station. What did she do? She didn't just see a man fall, she noticed the peculiar way he collapsed, the swift yet somehow detached examination by the doctor, the fleeting mention of a name, Dennis, and the telltale slip of paper. These weren't grand, dramatic clues initially, they were subtle, easily overlooked details that, for Anne, ignited a spark of curiosity and set her on an extraordinary path. This week, we challenge you to cultivate that very same laser-like focus, to truly see the world around you, not merely glance at it. Let me offer a real-world scenario to illustrate this point. Imagine yourself sitting in your favorite coffee shop or perhaps on your daily commute on a bus or train. Instead of burying your head in your phone or letting your thoughts drift, select one person, discreetly, of course, without making them feel uncomfortable. Now, observe them. What specific, non-obvious details can you discern? Perhaps it's the way their hands, slightly calloused, delicately hold a well-worn paperback novel, its spine creased from countless readings. Or maybe it's the faint, almost imperceptible stain of ink on their index finger, suggesting a passion for writing or sketching. Their choice of scarf, a vibrant splash of color against a muted coat, might tell a story of a personality seeking expression amidst convention. Is there a subtle tapping of a foot, a nervous habit, or a relaxed posture that speaks volumes about their current state of mind? You're not judging, you're simply gathering information, weaving a potential, imagined narrative in your mind. I once observed a woman on a train who meticulously arranged her belongings, a compact planner, a fountain pen, and a small, antique-looking locket. She periodically touched the locket, a subtle, almost unconscious gesture, and I found myself wondering about the stories and memories it held, creating an entire silent drama around her simply by observing these minute actions. From a psychological perspective, this exercise is far more profound than it might first appear. It does more than just sharpen your observational skills, it actively combats mindlessness, pulling you out of autopilot and forcing you into the present moment. By imagining the lives of strangers based on the fragments you perceive, you foster a sense of empathy, expanding your understanding of the vast spectrum of human experience. It's an exercise in storytelling, where you are both the detective and the novelist, constructing narratives from the raw material of reality. This practice also significantly improves your memory recall, as actively engaging with details makes them more likely to stick. Ultimately, it shifts you from a passive participant in your surroundings to an active, engaged observer, allowing you to appreciate the rich, complex tapestry of life unfolding around you every single day. So, for day 1 and day 2, here are your practical steps. First, choose a public setting, a bustling market, a quiet park bench, or your usual public transport route. Second, subtly select one individual. Third, dedicate 5 to 10 minutes to observing them, focusing on 3 to 5 specific, non-obvious details. Avoid making assumptions about their entire life, simply note what you see. Finally, later in the day, take a few moments to jot down what you observed and what kind of story those details suggested to you. Remember, this isn't about deciphering their actual life, but about exercising your imaginative and observational muscles, just as N did. As we move into day 3, day 4, and day 5, we shift our focus from observation to action, inspired by Anne's audacious courage. Anne Bedingfeld didn't just observe, she acted. She followed a hunch, boarded a ship to South Africa with barely a penny to her name, engaged with strangers who were potentially dangerous, and relentlessly pursued leads despite the palpable threat to her own safety. These were not reckless decisions, they were calculated risks, born from her keen observations and an unwavering belief in her own intuition. For Th. It allows you to become the chronicler of your own remarkable life. So, for day 6 and day 7, here are your practical steps. First, acquire a simple notebook that appeals to you, or if you prefer, open a dedicated digital document on your computer or phone. Second, commit to dedicating 10 to 15 minutes each day, or at least every other day, to writing. Third, focus your entries on your observations from day 1 and 2, your reflections on the risks you took on day 3 through 5, any unexpected details, conversations, or feelings that arose, and any new curiosities or questions that sparked your interest. The most crucial rule: don't censor yourself. This journal is for your eyes only, a safe space to explore your thoughts and experiences without judgment. Just write. Let the words flow. As we bring this chapter to a close, remember that living like Anne Bedingfeld isn't about recreating a thrilling mystery in your life. It's about cultivating a mindset of acute observation, quiet courage, and reflective self-awareness. It's about seeing the world with fresh eyes, embracing opportunities for growth, and valuing your own narrative. The spirit of adventure isn't confined to the pages of a novel, it resides within you, waiting to be awakened. These 7 days are just the beginning of a lifelong journey of curious engagement and personal discovery. Continue these practices, and you will find that your everyday life becomes infinitely richer, more meaningful, and indeed, more adventurous. Thank you for joining me on this transformative exploration, and I look forward to our next chapter together as we delve further into the timeless wisdom found within Christie's captivating tales. Summary: the journey concludes. Welcome, dear listener, to the final chapter of our enthralling journey, The Man in the Brown Suit. After nearly 287 minutes immersed in the intriguing world crafted by Agatha Christie, we arrive at the culmination, a moment designed not merely to end, but to resonate, to provide a profound sense of closure and reflection on the adventure we've shared. Our objective now is to wrap this entire experience seamlessly, ensuring that every thread is neatly tied, every lesson absorbed, and every moment of suspense and revelation finds its rightful place in our memory. Think for a moment about the profound satisfaction that washes over you after completing a truly magnificent piece of art, be it a complex symphony, a grand architectural marvel, or indeed, an epic novel. It's not just about the final note, the last brick, or the closing sentence, it's about the lingering echo, the comprehensive understanding that has solidified, and the sense of having participated in something meaningful. We've spent a significant amount of time together within the pages of this story, journeying alongside Anne Bedingfeld from the bustling streets of London to the sun-drenched landscapes of South Africa, navigating a labyrinth of mystery, danger, and unexpected romance. Our goal in this concluding segment is to honor that investment, to provide a sense of narrative completeness that satisfies both the intellect and the spirit, ensuring that the experience doesn't just cease, but rather, gracefully concludes, leaving you with a lasting impression of intellectual engagement and emotional fulfillment. From a psychological perspective, the human mind craves closure. We are wired to seek patterns, to connect disparate pieces of information, and to resolve uncertainty. This isn't just about curiosity, it's a fundamental aspect of how we process and organize our world. The Zeigarnik effect, for instance, highlights our tendency to remember unfinished tasks more vividly than completed ones. While valuable for memory, in a narrative context, an unresolved ending can leave us feeling disquieted, a loose end dangling in our cognitive landscape. Conversely, a well-crafted conclusion, one that meticulously ties up loose ends and reaffirms thematic elements, provides a profound sense of mental satisfaction. It allows our brains to file away the experience as complete, integrated, and understood, thereby consolidating the memories and lessons learned throughout the narrative. It's the difference between hastily abandoning a conversation mid-sentence and delivering a thoughtful, comprehensive farewell that acknowledges the shared interaction. When an audiobook concludes gracefully, it not only rewards your time but also respects your mental effort, providing a cognitive aha moment that confirms the coherence and artistry of the entire piece. So, how might you apply this concept of seamless conclusion to your own life, beyond the confines of a captivating story? Consider your own projects, whether personal or professional. Do you often rush the ending, or do you take the time to reflect, summarize, and celebrate the journey? Perhaps it's about writing a comprehensive report, delivering a thoughtful debrief after a complex task, or even simply taking a moment at the end of a busy week to reflect on what was accomplished and what was learned, rather than immediately rushing into the next set of demands. It involves consciously creating that sense of deliberate finality, allowing for reflection, and providing a space for all the accumulated experiences and insights to settle. You might try journaling your thoughts after a significant event, discussing it with a trusted friend, or even just sitting quietly for a few moments, allowing your mind to process and integrate the experience fully. This deliberate act of conclusion-making isn't just about ticking a box, it's about maximizing the value and impact of every experience you undertake, just as a well-orchestrated finale enhances the entire symphonic performance. Now, let's turn to his journey, like Anne's, is not just about defeating an external enemy but, more profoundly, about the internal transformation that occurs, shaping an individual into someone capable of facing extraordinary challenges. Similarly, we see this in countless narratives, from the young apprentice who becomes a master, to the fledgling entrepreneur who builds an empire from scratch. It's the story of potential realized, of character refined through fire. From a psychological standpoint, witnessing such character growth is incredibly resonant for us as listeners because it taps into our innate belief in human potential and resilience. It provides a vicarious experience of overcoming obstacles, affirming our own capacity for change and development. This phenomenon is often linked to the concept of a growth mindset, where individuals believe their abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When we see a character like and move from passivity to active heroism, it implicitly encourages us to reflect on our own areas of potential growth. It suggests that challenges are not just roadblocks but opportunities for transformation, that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. Moreover, human beings are inherently social creatures, and narratives of growth offer us templates for understanding our own journeys through life, making sense of our own struggles, and envisioning our own future selves. It's a powerful motivator, a testament to the enduring spirit of adaptability and self-discovery that resides within us all. So, for you, the discerning listener, what practical application steps can be derived from Anne's remarkable journey? Begin by reflecting on your own life narrative. Where did you start? What was your tube station moment, that unexpected incident or decision that set you on a new path? Identify the key challenges you've faced, the villains or obstacles that have tried to deter you. How have these experiences shaped you? What strengths have you discovered within yourself that you weren't aware of before? Perhaps you started a new career, navigated a difficult personal transition, or pursued a passion project against the odds. Embrace the understanding that growth often lies just beyond your comfort zone. Just as Anne willingly sailed to South Africa based on a hunch, consider where you might be holding back from taking a leap of faith. What adventures are you currently seeking, whether literally or metaphorically? Think about a skill you've wanted to develop, a fear you've wanted to conquer, or a new perspective you wish to adopt. Acknowledge that discomfort is often a precursor to profound development. Instead of viewing obstacles as insurmountable, try reframing them as opportunities for learning and for discovering new facets of your character, just as Anne found her courage and ingenuity while cornered by cunning adversaries. Regularly journal about your own hero's journey, noting not just the events, but also your evolving thoughts, feelings, and the new capabilities you acquire along the way. Celebrate your own transformation, no matter how subtle, for it is in these continuous evolutions that we truly live and thrive. Now, let's pivot to the masterful architect of this intricate world, Agatha Christie herself, and the brilliant mechanics of her plot. The Man in the Brown Suit is a testament to her unparalleled ability to weave a tapestry of misdirection, clever clues, and astonishing revelations. From the very first incident, the seemingly random death at the tube station, Christie immediately plunges us into a world where nothing is quite as it seems. The central enigma of the Man in the Brown Suit himself, a figure cloaked in mystery and changing identities, serves as a brilliant focal point around which the entire convoluted plot revolves. Christie's genius lies in her meticulous planting of red herrings, those tantalizing clues designed to lead us down one path, only to reveal later that it was a carefully constructed diversion. She plays. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.